select that. Now if you scroll down, it will on your mixer. Till you find Discord. There we go. So now when somebody talks, it should. Have a look on the stream now.
I can hear that on the stream now. I can hear Isaac on the stream.
There we go. Sorry for the very professional delay, guys. We'll get you straight back to your live action.
Right, great. Okay, cool. That is fantastic. We are back live. How are we doing, guys? Back live on with audio. Right, so let's do a quick rundown of our LMP qualifying, I suppose. So at the moment we have Sapphire Simsport Alpha's Thomas Johnson on screen. He's currently sitting in 5th place. If we go to the top, we have Nathan Ames of Team Bushwink Racing Yellow, doing a 1:28.126. He is 7/10 ahead of Fuga Simsport LMP1 with a 1:28.895. Another couple of tenths back, we have the 22 of Backmarker Racing Blue. Sebastian Boscher Williams is still out on track, trying to improve his time of a 1:30.116. In 4th place, we have Twisted LMP1 Blue, powered by RSR, with a 1:30.725. James A. Pearce has been qualifying that car. Then bringing up the 5th place in Sapphire is the car on screen. It's Sapphire Simsport Alpha, 1:30.873. So they're only a 1/10.5 behind the Twisted LMP1 Blue car in the LMP1 field. The Tim Matsky, the Manatee Racing ISRC LMP1 car does, however, have a qualifying ban as they had a late driver change, and the administrative cost that to the ISRC organisation costs them the opportunity to qualify, but they will line up at the back of the LMP1 grid, so only 6 cars today, so therefore the not too much of a penalty, and a 6-hour race only means they have to pass 1 car every hour. So as we come into the last 5 minutes of LMP qualifying, we have Chicane Online Racing LMP2 Red at the head of the field with a 1:38.268, followed 0.2 of a second behind by Team DRC Red, have managed to get themselves up there with a 38.429. Another 10th back, we have the relative newcomers. This is their second ISR EC event with us. It is Kairos Competition Apollo, a 1:38.559. Hashtag Racing LMP2, 1:38.578. Sitting in 6th place. 6th place? No, sorry, 4th place they are. R3T Racing Team, 1:38.85 in 5th place. 66th FTR Esports, 1:38.933. As we'll probably cut away from the action there. Never mind, I was going to go for a bit of an onboard, and that's fine. On screen. So I left that at FTR Esports. We then have Wablo Velocity Racing, a 38.994. So they're only 0.06 of a second behind FTR Esports, ahead of them. Verve Racing Team Black are currently on screen, a 39.332, so just over 0.3 off Wablo Velocity Racing. Cabort K1, a 40.195. Newcomers to the series, welcome to them. GRT powered by PRL, a 40.558. Stage 1 Racing Junior have set a 40.76 on screen now as we speak. Thank you very much, Artie. Hendrik van te Peer is how I'm going to pronounce his name. I'm sure Artie could correct me if you liked. Oh, goodness me. Hendrik. I'll give that a go. I'll see how long that lasts and how many tongue twisters I can get my tongue twisted round. Stage 1 Racing Green are bringing up the back of the LMP2 field at the moment with a 42.675. Stage 1, Artie, if you correct me, don't often qualify, I believe, preferring to sit it out and let the mayhem happen ahead of them, and they just keep a cool, calm, competitive nature. Very good. Fuga Simsport are still trying to improve their lap time. Rick Verbeesen is now at the wheel. We saw Marius Danhausen at the helm of their bright red Audi at the start of the session. Going through the S's, catching the Verve Racing Team black car. That's very close, and he's had to run off track there. You could argue ruining both of their laps there, but potentially trying to lay down a bit of a muscle and intimidation on the LMP2 class before the race starts. So we go back to look for a replay. I don't think contact was made, but Rick pulled out of that one at manoeuvre responsibly in the end once he realised made a slight error there. So we go back to Verve Racing Team Black, heading through the final chicane, and to start another lap. They're completed 16 laps of qualifying so far, and their best being a 39.332. Nicholas Reeves has been doing all of their work there, so he just has done a 39.973, so perhaps not pushing. I think he's there slowing down there. He's going to return back to the pit lane. As we now have Alex Gowell, our provisional LMP2 pole position setter. So he'll be excited about that, as we only have 33 seconds left in LMP qualifying. He'll be able to start this lap and finish it. One last final push. No. Commentator's curse strikes once again. He has completed his run, and we now go to Team DRC Red. They are currently sitting second in LMP2, so he'll be lining up alongside the Chicane Online Racing car of Alex Gall on the front row of the LMP2 field. Van der Zander coming through the final curve. So as you may have just heard there, we had race director Isaac Barkley come over the radio, and he has called an end to LMP qualifying. Anybody who is on a lap is allowed to complete it, but once the 25-minute mark was hit, no more laps can be started, and the GTE cars are now allowed to head to the end of the pit lane and line up. Right then, I suppose now is the time to try and give you another quick rundown of the LMP qualifying. So LMP1, Team Bushfink Racing Yellow with a 28.126. Fuga Simsport in second place with a 28.895. Third place, Backmarker Racing Blue, 29.726. As we see Thomas Johnson come across the line in the background there. And he goes fourth. Perfect timing. So he's done a 130.417 for Sapphire Simsport Alpha. Twisted LMP1 Blue, powered by RSR, sitting in fifth place with a 30.725. And bringing up the rear with the qualifying ban is Manatee Racing ISRC LMP1. Heading to the front of the LMP2 field, we then have Chicane Online Racing LMP2 Red with a 138.268. Alongside them will be Team DRC Red with a 138.415. Kairos Competition Apollo, a 38.559. Closely followed by Hashtag Racing LMP2 with a 38.578. R3T Racing Team with a 743. FTR Esports a 38.933, followed very closely by Wablo Velocity Racing a 38.994. Verve Racing Team Black 39.332. Newcomers GRT powered by PRL 38.8. Cabot K1 40.195. Then Stage 1 Racing Junior number 72 40.76. And Stage 1 Racing Green a 42.675. And then Stage 1 Senior Stage 1 Racing Senior number 83 bringing up the end of the field with a without setting a lap time. So we just have a few more minutes until the GTE qualifying will commence. No, it doesn't look like anybody is going to be is quite lining up as yet. Artie, I believe we might be on replay at the moment. Okay, on my screen it's just on track. Okay. Yeah, as we see the R3T Racing Team car come back into the pit lane after completing its qualifying. Not a bad placing there. Top 5 position for Marian Borabek. Fantastically sunny day here in Japan at Twin Ring. So here in Motegi we have a track temperature of 36 degrees. It is a clear 23 degree air temperature. Relative humidity is only at 77%, so that's not going to be a problem. And a northerly wind of about 10 kilometres, so that shouldn't cause too much of an aerodynamic effect on our teams. So to give you a rundown of the format for today, so the start procedure, the LMP1 field, all of the classes will start with a 5-second gap between them, and that will allow for any incidents or anything else like that to occur, and then hopefully get cleaned up. But we're hoping obviously for a clean race, as we see the GTE cars, 2 Porsches, splendid colours of Mounds Racing and Aero Pigs Racing behind them, and the 27 Motorsports BMW also lining up at pit exit. Lithium Motorsports have also decided to do the same. So pit exit is now open, and you see those fantastic cars go out on track. So as the GTE cars start warming up, we shall get a we should give a rundown of the starting procedure. So there is a starting zone which has been defined by the race direction, and that will be used for all classes, and it's whenever the pole sitter in the class is in that starting zone, then they are allowed to accelerate, and they must accelerate within that zone, otherwise they're going to cause a huge pile-up really. So yeah, 2x2 formation between 90 and 100 kilometers an hour. And whenever the car ahead, if you're lined up beside the leader, then whenever they accelerate, you go, or whenever the car in front of you goes, then you are able to accelerate and start the race. So we've got Rui Fernando Queiroz on screen now, heading up towards the hairpin before the before the back straight, we've commentated on him in IMSA official iRacing series, in season 1 of 2021. Getting some good results there for hashtag racing. Ride on board for a lap of twin ring Motegi with Rui Fernando Queiroz coming through the final sector. Accelerating hard down the start finish line, underneath the bridge, looking to spot his braking marker about 80 metres there, I'd say. Turning the car in, taking quite a tight line in this big BMW. Through corners 1 and 2, down the next straight towards 3. Again, looking to smash those cones out of the way on braking, unless somebody already has. Hit your apex at 3, run out to the curb, and then trying to get as much power as possible down as smoothly as possible, and try to keep a nicely settled car as we go down to turn 5. Braking at about 100 metres, I'd probably say down to second gear here, and then under the Bridgestone bridge on exit. That is the actual oval of twin ring Motegi here. Flat through the right-hander, and then this will be the tricky part, especially for our GTE cars. Down a couple of gears, throwing it in left, then with the change of direction to the right. The second part of this is slower than the first, and then another up a couple gears again, down probably to second, I'd say, through the left-hander there, and accelerating hard up to uphill now. Spotting the braking marker, braking quite late into the uphill braking area, and probably a bit of a lock-up we saw there. Bit of smoke coming up from the front right, pushed it a bit deep and missed the apex. This is his first flying lap, however, so maybe still getting a bit of temperature into the tyres, but as we see a bit of smoke ahead. Downhill braking zone, he's turned in quite early there compared to me in my LMP1 car, which is understandable. Trying to use as much bigger arc as possible through this section. Constant radius is what these GTE cars love the most. They really don't like changing direction. And back across the line, we shall see what his lap time is. It's a 1:46.483, which puts him at the top of the GTE field, and GTE Pro field that is. Artie, are you able to stream the preview, the Discord, the Streamlabs preview, so that Andrew can join in, please? I think that is probably the best way to get him on board. So we have Andrew Gatton joining us today, a wee Scotsman, some might say, who will be leading your commentary today. I will just be joining for the first hour of our qualifying, and then I will leave you in his and Artie's hands for the start of the race, and I'll pop back a bit later, I think, as well, just to make sure we are good. Right, so let's just have a quick look. So Taj Edwards in the Ferguson Sport GT car is currently sitting in second place. His lap time is 400ths off that of Perry Pineken in the Team DRC orange car. So they've got a couple of tenths ahead of hashtag Racing, who's now been pushed down into third place. Heading down the back straight, trying to find some clear air or a bit of slipstream perhaps. See how these guys finish off their laps. Through the final couple of corners now underneath the oval bridge. Oh, and he's given him a little bit of a tap there into pit lane. I don't think that was intentional, and that will invalidate both of their laps. I think the stewards might have something to look at there, perhaps, if one of the teams wants to report that. So we do have live stewarding all day today, and that is one of the great things about our series. If you do want to join us, then join our Discord in the link below this video, and we'll be more than happy to have you along for our our grand finale of the series, which will be a 24-hour race at Le Mans on the, I think it's the second weekend of April, I believe it is. So the one before Easter.
I do believe it is, Mark. I think it's about then. Sorry about this, guys. I'm just having a bit of an issue when it comes to organising the frame rate and that, because it is massive.
It's quite alright. I know you are relatively
right now,
new
so
to
I'm just trying to sort
iRacing.
out the settings, and then I'll be ready for you guys for the start of the race. Yes.
No worries, you should be able to see
Very.
Artie's stream right now. So
Yep, I can.
if nothing else, then you can use that.
I'll be probably using that. Probably the best idea.
So Ed Cookstaff's there on screen for Backmarker Racing Orange. They started the series in GTE AM, however, they turned up with one of the races, I think it was Sebring, with a couple of drivers over the iRating threshold of 2,400. So GTE AM rules run to only one driver is allowed to be over 2,400, and they turned up to a race with two, so they were automatically put into the GTE Pro category for that race and all following. If you're looking at the GTE category and want to try and distinguish what car is in what category, so the first point of differentiation is the GTE Pro cars all start with all have a number between 100 and 199, whereas our GTE AM cars are 200 to 300, so they can choose any number in that range. So you'll be able to see that quite nicely on the timing tower on the left-hand side. And then also we have the number boards and Pro and Am stickers on the sides of the front and rear of the car. So you see the 27 Motorsport car of Petrovic Gomez on screen there. He has the orange number boards and the orange Am labels on the front and back of the car. So that's a really nice and easy way to see that. Whereas the GTE Pro cars of Lithium Motorsport behind him in the 145 have the green number boards and green Pro stickers on their cars. Oh, as Petrovic has made a bit of a hash of that. I don't quite know how he's managed to do that. Trying to get the as we look through a replay. I think he was trying to get out of the way of the Lithium Motorsports car behind him, but he's probably trying to do it without a bit of damage, but unfortunately he's come to grief there. But he's retired back to the pit lane, and he'll head back out again. No harm done there. So just under 20 minutes left in our GTE qualifying. This will be the calm before the storm, and the last chance before all of our classes are out on the circuit. And yeah, I think these GTE drivers will be relishing the opportunity to have the circuit all to themselves within their own class. Aero Pigs on screen there. Have attended all of our races so far in the league. Yes, Australian Muscles is our first broadcast of ISREC. All of our previous broadcasts for ISREC have been done by Backfire Simsport TV. However, it was purely done on a donation basis from our competitors, as we originally started out as a free entry league, and we still are for the remainder of this season. So yeah, we didn't get the funds to hire Backfire again, and we therefore decided to take on the challenge ourselves. But we have been trying broadcasting. If you look at our channel, we do have a couple of playlists and up there of our Porsche Cup series. We've done a bit of trial with broadcasting iRacing's IMSA series throughout the end of last season. But I'll be honest, we're stretched a little bit thin today, having to broadcast, race, and also do live stewarding. So you're going to have to put up with me for a little while before I go back to my team, and then Andrew will take over the comms with Artie. Lithium Motorsports Mikel Dubois on screen there. They are currently sitting in 5th place in GTE Pro. And 4th place overall in the GTE Overall Championship. So we have 2 championships for our GTE cars. We run a GTE Overall Championship, which is for Pro and AM classified cars. So if a Pro car drops behind an AM car in the race, then they will score points respective to that position overall in GTE. And then we also run a separate GTE AM Championship purely for our GTE AM drivers. Antonio Pixie comes across the line and sets a 153.440. They are in 6th place in GTE at the moment. Brilliant helmet camera we have on board. Spots his braking point at about 70 metres, staying in 3rd gear. Fighting a bit of oversteer on exit. Not too much drama going on there, however. Down to 2nd gear for turn 5. Up to 3rd and 4th. Holding it flat. Is he going to hit 5th? Hit up to 5th. Spots his braking mark at about 50 metres. Down to back to 3rd. Flicks it in. Very cautious on the throttle there. Trying to get as much power down as smoothly as possible from this twin turbo V8. Down to 2nd gear, using all of the curb on the inside and the outside. 4th gear, just reaching the top of the rev limiter in 4th. Taking a late apex to get as much power down as early as possible onto the back straight. Trying to maximise his top speed. Using 5th gear, 6th gear, braking just before that final braking marker, turning in, and again power down as soon as possible, right over to the right hand side of the circuit, clipping the curb on there, tricky braking into that final section. Oh, and he's just outdone himself there. That's a great shame. He's pulled off the circuit and he'll retire back to the pit lane. I suppose that's the danger of overcooking that final section. It lures you in. It looks relatively simple and straight, but not quite happening there for Antonio. Sorry, just taking a quick pause there as we listen to the fantastic flat 6 on our screen at the moment of Mans Racing, their 911 RSR coming out of turn 5. Thank you very much, artists, so we can listen to truly one of the great engines in motor racing. I'm not partial at all, as you might be able to tell. Whoop. As he's flipped the curb there, and we got to hear a few more revs than Stephen Brumfield had originally anticipated. Looks like a late apex, just as we saw Antonio Pixie in the Core Motorsport car as he heads down the back straight. And we've had Andrew leave the commentary box. That's ominous. Okay, let's see if he comes back, because I need to, in 15 minutes, go to my own team of Sapphire Simsport Alpha and help my teammate with the start of the race, make sure he doesn't make any mistakes and is pumped up and ready to go. As Stephen Brumfield's Mans Racing car comes across the line, he's currently sitting in 9th place, and it looks like we've got a good GTE Pro field today. Looks like we have 10 cars. GTE AM is a bit thin on the ground, unfortunately, with I can see 5 cars there, but nonetheless it only takes 2 cars for a race to occur, so 6 hours of 5 cars still be a damn good race, if it's anything like that we've seen in the rest of the season so far. So Taj Edwards is currently on GTE Pro overall and pole for Fuga Simsport GT. He's done a fantastic time of 1:45.958. Did that on his last lap, catching up the Mounds car on the track ahead of him. Has a 0.17 lead over Perry Pineken in the 171 Team DRC orange car behind him. He comes down at the end of the back straight, a hard braking area to get right. Very critical to lap times. We ride on board with Taj into the final couple of corners. That's how you do it, Antonio. Just very smooth and nicely done. Wait to see if he can improve his lap time across the line. There's a 46.059, so a tenth away from what his previous best was. Unable to improve there. Now, Backmarker Racing orange on screen, driven by Ed Cookstass. Ed is an admin of our wonderful league, if I do say so myself, and sitting in 8th place in GTE overall at the moment on the provisional standings. Yeah, Ed's a quietly spoken man, but you make sure you listen anytime he does speak, because he's genuinely right, annoyingly right at times, but very softly spoken, and he does a fantastic job for our league. Andrew's joined us back in the commentary box. Are you having any luck, mate?
I have managed to get it all working. Not so much from iRacing, but I'm going to definitely watch it from the commentary box. It seems iRacing is just having a little bit of a hissy fit today. So I'll be ready for you, no problem at all, to join your driver anytime.
Fantastic. Well, now's better than ever. So we have just under 11 minutes left just over 11 minutes left of qualifying. Pedro F. Gomez of 27 Motorsports White on screen in his big BMW M8, going through turn 4, I believe that was. Yes, it is.
He's been looking strong all qualifying. We've been looking at him every now and again when I'm getting a chance from trying to fix iRacing, but yeah, he's looking pretty strong today.
Excuse me. Yes, no, the 27 Motorsports cars are generally quite strong. Their AM car has been incredibly strong throughout the season and is currently leading the AM Championship with 96 points, ahead of Simtards, who unfortunately aren't here today, with 76.5 points. RSR Esport AM are here today in 3rd place in that championship on 70 points. So, as Perry Pineken goes off from 2nd place, I don't know quite what's happened there.
Looks like he's just missed his braking point. He's put too much on the front right tyre or something as he was going in and just started locking up.
Yes, and as we know, iRacing gravel, it might as well be ice.
Yes,
it is. It does not hold anything. Yes, how you accelerate once you hit something which is meant to slow you down, I do not understand. But nonetheless, we drive iRacing for its on-track simulations rather than necessarily its off-track simulations.
I was driving on iRacing last night in the Mazda Cup car that you were telling me to do, and driving around Oulton Park and going down into turn 3, whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was really, really fun to see how funny it is when you accidentally hit an invisible wall. It's one of those things. You just hit it and the car flips. Yeah, it was onto turn 3, turning left. It's that kind of sweeping left-hander going onto the main part of the course.
Oh, okay. Yes, I know what you mean.
And that gravel patch, and the whole front end of the car crumpled and flipped me upside down.
Okay, that's an unusual.
Don't know why that happened, but it did it.
That's an interesting one. I've never had that happen before. If you have the replay file, I'm sure iRacing will be interested in it and always trying to iron out their bugs. We had the big Season 2 update on Tuesday this week, and the hotfix was that was on Thursday. So there's been a little bit of change going on in the iRacing stratosphere.
They can definitely tune into my streams, because definitely all that stuff happens there. So yeah, I'll maybe send them the stream file over and they can watch it.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be interested. As Tim Perry goes through a little bit of a slide on the exit of turn 3 and again on turn 4 in his Cabort K2, I should say, GTE Corvette. Naturally aspirated V8. Everybody thought it was going to be turbocharged when it came out, but flat plane crank in the middle of that car. So,
well, it's definitely not slow. You see what it's doing in the World Endurance Champion and the IMSA Championships at the moment. Absolutely dominating standings, both the number 3 and the number 4 car in the 2021 season, and they also won the 2020 season with the car as well. So it's definitely a car to be reckoned with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, they had an absolutely stellar year last year. I may have already said I'm a little bit of a Porsche fan, and it was painful for me to watch any IMSA races last year, as they just had absolutely no luck whatsoever. But it's what it is in racing. Yeah.
Yeah, I will admit that I'm going to be missing the prototype racing today at Sebring, as they're doing the prototype challenge. The prototype Michelin Challenge League, just before it warms up for next week's. Is it next week or within 2 weeks' time we're going to see the Sebring?
I believe it's next week. It's the Sebring 12 hours.
Next week. Oh, that's going to be a good one to watch. I can't wait for that. It's been too long since Daytona.
Yeah, it has, and it's good that the weather in Florida can provide us with endurance racing earlier in the year than everybody else does it around the world. Or Asian Le Mans Series has been going in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, but none of the European stuff has kicked off yet. I think that probably kicks off in April with a couple of prologues or something.
April time, Spa, I think, isn't it? Starts at Spa.
Yeah, yes, they'll have a prologue at Spa, I think on a Monday and a Tuesday, and then the race at the end of the week. It's usually a Friday-Saturday meeting for the WEC at Spa, so always something to note if you would expect it usually to be a Friday race. No, absolutely, it'd be fantastic to see the new hypercars and such like on track.
Talking about the hypercar, do you follow the Gilkenhaus project?
The Glickenhaus? Yes, that's a fantastic project, that is.
I can't wait to see that on track, and they've got the number 3 chassis up for sale for a team as well, which is going to be awesome to see.
Yeah, so continue donating to ISRC TV if you like to see us in the car at Le Mans.
we need about 5 million.
Yeah, but every penny counts. We'll make sure it doesn't go to waste.
With $5 million, we could massively upgrade everybody's setup here, but instead we'll buy the Glickenhaus. Why not?
Yes.
Manol's Racing there, putting a new fastest lap in for their personal best. Pretty good. He's sitting in about 6th position there.
Yeah, so Man's Racing just ahead of the start of the GTE Anfield, as the World of Sim Racing Team Junior car is currently, that's the one on screen now, thank you very much, of Ariel Pacho, thank you very much Artie, is currently behind the RSR Esport AM car of the AM category, so they'll be sitting a little bit just behind the AM leader, the AM pole position, but as I say, there is an overall GTE championship, so every point counts and every position counts all the way through.
It'll be fantastic to see this. It's going to be. It looks like it's going to be a really close race between the GT cars here. So, just watching on the stream now, we're watching the Team DRC car here, Team DRC Orange. They're really, really strong right now, passing few cars to get their position. They're obviously running their fastest lap. We've got Perry in the car for them. He's going to cross the line. It's going to be a fast time for them.
Is he trying to? Are the GTE cars trying to side draft that pit wall there on the back straight? iRacing updates recently. iRacing updates recently. I've been working on their draft model and slipstream and aerodynamics model with the walls, especially in the oval racing. But if that has been carried across to GTE racing, that's really interesting. It's something I hadn't seen before, and maybe I'll have to point out to a couple of my LMP1 teammates, so that's they're aware of it.
A few seconds on them.
Yeah, get the extra thousands, but also make them aware that when they are overtaking GTE cars, that they may pull over to cross to the right hand side, which isn't the usual expected line. I would have thought with two right hand corners, you'd expect them to stay left out of one and stay left into the next. So yeah,
just so that they can hold the racing line as well, not put too much scrub on the tyres. But they are seeming to be using the wall stag quite a lot. A few of the Porsches I've seen be using that. We're still on board now with the Team DRC orange car, the really nicely coloured M8. Very cool.
Listen to that distinctive sound of the BMW. A V8, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a twin turbo V8 as well on that one. You can tell it's a twin turbo because it really struggles kind of out of the corners. You could really see that actually at the Daytona 24 Hours.
Mm-hmm.
You could see the difference the car really has compared to the like of the Porsches and well, especially the Corvettes and even the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 as well, being very, very strong.
Such a distinctive sound, isn't it? It's got side exit exhaust just ahead of the door on the right hand side, which contributes to that distinctive noise of that big brick as it tries to fly down straight and around the corner of turn 5.
That car surprisingly has really good aero for being a brick. It looks more like a missile than the way that it's shaped. And once it gets going, I mean, it is kind of heavier than some of the other cars. You can tell just by the extra bodywork and panels. But it is, all the aero that they have done to it, it makes it actually a really nice car to drive.
Yeah, I think that's what they've had to do. They've taken a relative brick of a car and had to put as many aero devices on it to try and streamline the effect of that as much as possible. And yeah, then as you say, it is a bit heavier than the average GTE car, so gives it, the FIA have given it a little bit more power, and that helps it down those straights and all about the balance of performance in GTE.
Definitely. I would agree massively on that one. It's just a really, really fast kind of car as well. Just in general, obviously because of the engine in it, it allows it to have that kind of flat speed that some cars would kind of struggle with,
Yeah, absolutely. So that is the checker flag flies on the end of qualifying. Any cars on track now will be able to finish their lap, but they may not start another one.
Just wondering if I could get the stream made a little bit larger on Streamlabs, just a little bit, just so I can hope it's not blocking any important things, just so that I've got a better view of the there we go, that's a little bit better.
Cool. Sorry for any technical difficulties we've suffered today. We're, as I say, a little bit stretched thin. We're a few technical difficulties to get ourselves set up. We did trial everything last night, but it appears we didn't manage to trial just about everything. Right, guys, I'm going to leave you to it. If you could, you're going to have to run through the grid and do the start of the race. Very much enjoy it, and I hope I'm not called into the steward's office, and I hope my race isn't ended early. So I hope to see you soon, but not so soon, as it were. All right, enjoy.
Have a good race, man. Good luck.
Thank you very much. You too.
Okay, guys, so we're just going to quickly run through the grid order in order of everything that I'm seeing on screen. So, looking at the live timing finishing, in the LMP1 class, in first place at the moment for pole is Nathan Ames. In second position, we've got Rick van Verbiesen. In third, we have Sebastian Boscher-Williams. He is going to be sitting that Audi on that position there. In fourth, we have Thomas Johnson in another Audi. We were actually commenting on that earlier. We have a lot of Porsches missing from the championship. In fifth, we have James A. Pierce, American driver on the grid. So we'll be hopefully seeing these guys do a good race for us now. Now, looking down the grid order, now you can actually see on screen where we are at. Obviously, a couple of cars getting a quali ban because they didn't achieve the amount of laps needed in practice to be eligible. Looking at the LMP2 field, we have Alex Gall, and it's going to be a very good race from him. In that 7th spot, we have... I unfortunately can't read that name. It's just seeming to be just a little bit out of vision for me. I don't know if I can get it a little bit made bigger. There we go, that's perfect. So we got Yannick van der Zande in that 8th spot there. In the 9th spot, we have Kevin Finn. And 10th, we have Pietro de Sousa of hashtag. And the 11th spot there, we have Roderick Sakura, of R3T Racing. And in the 12th spot, we have Ryan Chevalier of FTR Esports. In 13th, we have Tom Dahlman, who's going to be sitting in the car, it looks like, to start off. In the Web Velocity Racing. In 14th, we have the Verve Racing Team Black with Nicholas Reeves in the car. In 15th spot there, we have Glenn Mulholland. They're going to be driving a good race. Unfortunately, it's almost like the stream quality for me has completely died, so it's very difficult to read the names out. And he is in the GRT car. In 16th, we have the Jusel Ballmeister, who is going to be taking the car out for Cavort. In 17th, we have Hendrik Per of Stage 1 Racing. And we have Sam Helson in the 18th spot for the other Stage 1 Racing car. In the 19th spot, we have Manuel Wyants. Had a little bit of technical issue there, as it's there we go for Manuel Wyants. And last on the LMP2 grid for that specific area is Kevin Deval of Stage 1 Racing. Going into the GT class now, we have, I'm going to just say Fuga Simsport GT, and then we have Hashtag Racing, we have Team TRC Blue, and we are actually just going on to the racing. Unfortunately, because I couldn't read that very well, I haven't been able to read most of the names out. But we'll be able to catch them on the track here as they are all lining up on lap 1. Does look like we've had a good getaway there for Team Budfisk Yellow. I'm going to have to get my spotter's guide up for this, unfortunately, so I can pronounce the names. Really strong start there from him. He is already a 1.3 second gap ahead of second place, which is Backmarker Racing Blue. Fuga Simsport LMP1 in third position at this point in time, and Manti Racing ISRC LMP1 there as well. That's the ISRC racing team sitting in the 4th position. RSR, the RSR racing team LMP1 car in 5th position at this moment in time, and Sapphire Simsport sitting in 6th at this current moment. We're also looking at the LMP2 team, LMP2 Res Racing. They're now sitting in the 7th position. Very, very strong start from them as well. We all have gotten familiar with the Lara over the years, watching them drive fantastic races around many different endurance circuits in the world, both virtually and in real life, and we know that they are a pretty nice car to drive, and we've heard that as well. Oh, stream died. I can't see it. There it is. Can't see the Streamlabs thing, so I can't see it. Yeah. Oh, that's perfect. I can see it perfectly now. I can see the racing. I just don't have the I just don't have the screen up telling me the positions. It's kind of annoying. Ooh, having another technical issue. This just shows you the level at which iRacing is trying to fool with us today. Yeah, okay. It is still kind of showing up on the actual stream, but it's just having a bit of a fun time. We do apologise about this, guys. We have had a few different issues today running with the technical side of things. There we go. It's all back up and running again, so we should be in contention. We'll see if any positions have changed as the race is going on. Hopefully for the 24 hours of Le Mans will actually be a lot better when it comes to the stream side. We've just had a few different issues when it comes down to things. We're now on board with Stephen Brumfield, who is sitting quite high up in the pecking order for the GTE class at this moment in time. We're on board with the high-tech racing LMP2. He's sitting roughly in 6th position for the class at the moment. The UK driver really pushing that car around the corners there. You can see he was using all the curbing he could to get that car there. Hendrik van der Peer running a really, really strong race so far. He's just sitting back and watching to see where they can get in. FTR Esports sitting in last place. I do believe they had a quali ban, so they are managing to make up a few spaces already. Stage 1 racing, still on board with Hendrik van der Peer. He is getting a really good toe down the main straight now. He's going to try and take him on the inside. He does. Very, very good overtake against the Verve Racing team. Seems like it's a very close race as well within the GT class. There's not many cars that have managed to break away, but Taj Edwards of Fuga Simsport is starting to get a little bit of a gap on his competitors right now. The times that they're posting are very close together, but that 0.1 of a second means a lot for Fuga as they're trying to break away at the start of this race. We're back on board with the LMP1 class, as it does seem we've had a little bit of a change in pace for the LMP1 class, as Nathan Ames is coming really, really strong through the field, already starting to lap the GT field in the first laps of the race. So a very, very strong start from him. And Sebastian Boscher-Williams going off there, just taking a little bit of a wide turn and catching the gravel. And luckily enough, it stopped before he hit anything, but he'll be taking a cone with him as he's returning to the track. So unfortunate for him. Nathan Ames now just carving his way through the field, and actually a cheeky Ferrari GTE car actually trying to catch a little bit of aero wash there, as actually Nathan Ames are getting pushed to the outside by a GT car that's just not seen him coming. Hopefully the GT car is kind of close to the side here as he goes past. We're on board with Joe Maghales right now, who is carving his way through the path. But we are on with now Danhausen. It's again a shame that I just can't see that. The sim quality has just dropped for me. This is just down to the issue that we were having today with everything on track. Seems to be very close between those two cars on track. I do believe they are both LMP1s as well, so they are jostling for position as Tim Max is in third just then. So very, very close racing, very close racing. Going a little bit deep into that corner and lost it, but he is going to just pull past all the other cars in that LMP1, boosting that hybrid engine. Very nice driving from him. LMP1 starting to actually have a bit of a gap between them, about 10 seconds between the actual leader. Leader obviously managing to carve the cars a little bit better than the others, and in all cases as well they are jostling for position most of the time, so it is very close. Unfortunately, you are going to get a little bit of these pauses throughout the day, unfortunately, because it's just myself in the commentary box at this moment, and I've got a cam operator with me too. And hopefully we will manage to pick up a few guys later on. It's just a case of saving my voice for the whole 6 hours, because we know how that's going to go. A little bit of an issue there. Manuel Wyants is pushing them on the outside. We have a little bit of an issue, not too much. On the replay camera. We've got Martin Brabeck for Central, for R3T Racing Team, running currently in 4th position in the LMP2 class. Some good racing from him so far. They'll be looking to just try and stay into the toe of 3rd position. They won't necessarily try to push the car too much, as they'll be looking to contend position from within the next few stints. we're back on board actually with the GTE class cars now. Just watching them at the back of the field, very close together. It's almost similar to a DRS train on the F1 game, but they're all just slipstreaming each other. It always just seems to be that one driver in front that just manages to hold on. RSR Esports there of Ted Londick, very, very fast guy. Seems to be pushing the car just a little bit to catch up with that BMW in front of him. Good racing we're seeing here. There's 4 of those cars. Seems to be 2 Corvettes and 2 BMWs. It's a BMW sandwich at this moment in time. 2 Corvettes getting chased down. You can see the back of Ted Londick's Corvette here. The luminescent green of Cabort K2 Esports. They're very much trying to push for position as well. Nice stuff here actually. We're now watching as Ted Londick is actually starting to potentially make a push here on the BMW of the World CS Sim Racing. World BP Sim Racing. I can't necessarily make that out, but you guys can. World of Sim Racing. That's that one. RSR Esports amateur team though, with Ted Londick in the car, really trying to push the Corvette for all it's worth. You can see that they are faster at the corners, but in straight line they are seeming to be a little bit of a struggle here for position. Ariel Pacho for World of Sim Racing in front, just holding off the challenge from that Corvette. 2 angry Corvettes just chasing him down for all he's worth. It's a sorry sound. We all know that one. Back on board actually with Stephen Brumfield now. He's in the middle of the field. We're going up to Nathan Ames. Well, it's the Fuga Simsport guys in the GT class. They are leading the GT. Not by much though, as Team DRC Orange are pushing to try and gain just a little bit of pushing. Fuga Simsport GT holding just that challenge in that BMW, but you can tell that BMW is just a little bit more superior around here than the Corvettes. As you see, both those BMWs just carrying away the lead. All of those BMWs carrying away with the lead. One Ferrari behind. Hashtag Racing as well there. You know, they were holding off good challenges at the start of the race as well. Alex Gall now, the French driver, leading the LMP2 field for Chicane Online. Not really much to say about this now. There's not too much battling going on between the LMP2 field. They are just, unfortunately, as you can see, 1 lap behind the LMP1 cars at this moment in time. But they are now actually blue flagging the GT cars for the LMP2s as well, which is a good thing to see. You see now Nathan Ames actually have to slow down on the brakes there for that Corvette, but the Corvette now staying out of his way to go around that hairpin. Nathan Ames, a leader all the way from the start, near enough. Team Bushfink are a very, very strong team here. We have seen that in the practice sessions. We've also seen that in quali as well. Certainly their dominance early on in the practice sessions. We actually see Ariel Pacho entered the pits just a couple of seconds ago. Don't know what that was for. It could have been potentially just for a driver change, but I can't see it being that early on. Yes, he's going in. He might have actually picked up some damage, which could be the reason why he is going into the pits. Actually, oh, big lock up there from Kookstas. Very unfortunate from him. He was really pushing that car to keep up with the other guys, but it looks like he's having just a little bit of trouble with the brakes of that Corvette. Big lock up there. Making sure the stream is still running to its maximum potential. I hope everybody's actually having a good day. Unfortunately for some of us, we are missing the live testing going on for the Formula 1. I'm going to try and give you guys a bit of an update in the meanwhile, just to see how that is going on. We're live on air for the whole day for this championship. It is approximately 25 past 1. We are 25 minutes into the race. Ariel Pacho coming out. It does look like he actually had a bit of a repair there. Good. It seems he was in there for a good 3 minutes, wasn't he? Yeah. It does seem that he had to do a little bit of a repair. So he must have had contact with somebody as he was getting overtaken. You can see he did actually get overtaken a little bit further up the pits. Tim Matsuke, though, of the High-Tech Race team, he is pushing to try and lap the other cars so he can get through. We are seeing James A. Pierce, though, running in 5th position for Twisted LMP1, which is our RSR team running in today. Manti Racing, ISRC team running in 2nd position at this moment in time, which is a very strong feat from them, starting in 4th position. That is our in-house racing team. Still running kind of on board there with James Pierce. He was having a couple of issues trying to pass and keep position there, but they all seem to be in a boost train to get themselves out of that position. Obviously he's having to slot in now behind the Corvette, which is not where he wants to be. He wants to be pushing 3 wide down into turn 1. Is it going to be 4 wide? They're going to make it 4 wide. That GT car having to take a wider line through there. It was a little bit too dangerous for my liking. No incidents were caused. I don't know what that Ferrari is doing. He's actually, it seems, holding up the other driver, which is he is a pro driver, so he could be maybe trying to slow down a tiny bit to let the other guys by. But he's obviously fighting for position himself, so he's not going to be too happy if these other cars are going to be in his way. James Pierce again still running in 5th position. He's not managed to gain anything out of his overtakes, but he is pushing. He's less than a second behind the other car. He's going to make it. He's going to be putting all his boosts down, but he is on the outside. Back marker just trying to defend for all their worth there. We've got a bit of a position change, and it's again seeming to be a 3-wide battle coming in again to the final chicane. When I was driving around here yesterday in the LMP2, that was the one part of the course I managed to get right. The rest of it I absolutely flunked. Sapphire Simsport now sitting in that last spot after all that battling. Thomas Johnson, just a little bit of a lock up there of the car in front of the Twisted LMP1 team. We actually see that Manuel Wynett has actually crashed and went off track. I'm not too sure how that happened. Yeah, he spun out. And that's it. It seems he's now having to give up a position for that, as he's just really slid himself off that track. Very unfortunate from him. Just a little too much power going through that part of the track can be a little bit fatal. We're now going in. It seems a few drivers are now pushing past now, as it seems. I'm going to look at the events board. So Nicholas Reeves has actually passed Hendrik van der Perre for P12, which is really strong. We have Glenn Mulholland has passed Hendrik van der Perre for B13. Obviously trying to unlap himself. It could be that van der Perre has picked up a bit of damage, because he's now down in, he's dropping positions there. We can go on board with van der Perre. It could be that van der Perre is actually disconnected, and that is what we're seeing at this moment in time. Van der Perre could have actually had an issue with his connection, so he's dropped out, it seems, which is a bit unfortunate for him. I was just seeing the timing board just light up there as van der Perre was just getting overtaken, but Petrovic Gomez passing Tom Dolman for P33 in the GTE class. Trying to fill out all the van der Perre overtakes at this moment in time. Everybody is kind of unlapping themselves as he's had that disconnection. It's a shame when something like that happens when you're getting ready for a race like this. And David Van Slambush jumped to pits, it seems. So I don't know if he's had a bit of an incident and it's not saying anything. Okay, I mean, I don't know what's actually happened to him, but he has jumped to the pits. Whether it was intentional or if he's had a crash of some sort, we will find out later. On board with Edwards, replay of that there. I don't know what's actually happened to him. Nothing has happened to him, and yet we were running a replay there. I don't know what's necessarily the issue there. But yes, we're back on board with Edwards in the GTE car for Fuga Simsport. They are still leading their class, it seems, and they are a good 5 seconds ahead now of the Team DRC Orange car, which was putting a lot of pressure on them. Hashtag Racing currently in 3rd place in the GTE class. Team DRC Blue in 4th place in the GTE class. And Core Motorsports currently running in 5th position for the GTE class, as we see that there. David Van Slamboek starting to pick up a little bit more speed after having that incident earlier on. He's now trying to unlap himself in that LMP2 car. The Dallara is a pretty good car to drive around this track. It does seem to have a little bit of a twitchy rear end on some corners, but we already know that that's one of those things that the Dallara has a bit of an issue with, as you see a little bit of a slide coming through there. Replay. Mulholland going a little bit wide in the last few turns of the track, and a lot of GTEs unlapping themselves, taking the opportunity to get by, as that Dallara is slow. Cheeky GTE cars, you know, they're always looking for a position. Smashing cones out of the way there. It did seem he's running a little bit wide, but we're on 2nd position with Team DRC Red, which is their LMP2 class for Team DRC. They are pushing the Dallara for what it's worth, and Yannick van der Zande. Be nice to be if he is actually related to the van der Zande that all of us know of Renger van der Zande, who is a Chip Ganassi DPI driver for the IMSA series. They're currently running in 2nd position. Very strong racing so far. I'm just going to go and see if I can get the latest Formula 1 information for everybody here. As we're in a little bit of a slowdown with track action. Looking at the current leaderboard of the Formula 1, we have Daniel Ricciardo setting a fastest lap on hard tyres at this moment in time of a 1:32.215. Fernando Alonso only 0.124 off of the pace, also running hard tyres. And Sergio Perez in the 3rd position on about 0.263 off the pace there. They are all roughly above 50 laps. Ricciardo on 52 laps. Alonso on 81 and Perez on 78. So those top 3 runners testing pretty good at this moment. Looking back actually at the rookie, Yuki Tsunoda is back in the car this afternoon. He is running soft tyres at the moment in time, and he is 57 laps completed so far, and he is 0.469 off. Nikita Mazepin is 0.886 off the pace, and he's running hard tyres. And Mick Schumacher is 1.183 off the pace, and he's only run 26 laps of the testing so far. So he is running just a bit of a soft running, see if we can maybe get a bit of pace in the car. So that's your little bit of an update now of the Formula 1 testing. There's 2 hours left of this practice session to go. Now to get back to our real racing. Chicane Online running in 1st position at this moment in time in the LMP2 class. Team DRC Red in 2nd place for the LMP2 at this moment in time, but everything can change, as we know, when it comes to endurance racing. And Kairos Competition Apollo sitting in 3rd position. We are running on board actually with the 1st place car at this moment in time, the 1st position car of the LMP2 class. Chicane Online, beautiful colours. It's almost like they were trying to copy the Porsche livery a tiny bit. We're back on board actually with Fuga Sim Sports now in their GT class car. Taj Edwards running a good race so far. He's actually managing to not hold up the Dallara too much as we go under the bridge section. Pulling out wide perfectly for the nicely green coloured LMP2 car. As you see, James Pearce has just passed Thomas Johnson for P5, so we've had a position change, and it's been a bit of a fight going on. We can actually see, probably actually watched that they were battling a little bit coming down. And that there was a bit of a cut-off there from the Corvette. I'm not sure how race control will view that, but in all fairness, the battle was going on for long enough. Stefan Kursman a little bit wide out of the corner there. Sam Elson currently running in the mid pack of the LMP2s as well, so we'll see how he does. We know that they are just trying to hold a little bit of position so that when they do a driver change, they're not going to be a little bit far off the pace. So we are going to keep an eye on them throughout the race. Antonio Piexi currently running in 4th position for Core Motorsports. Portuguese driver, really managing to pull that Ferrari from the dead, it seems. Not many Ferraris running in this race, unfortunately. Bit of a chase down, actually. Team DRC Blue catching them and trying to take their position. Fido Coleman a little bit off the pace there. Oh, and the Ferrari goes wide. This could be the option for Fido to take it. And he's going around the outside on a corner like that. Good defence there from the Ferrari after having a bit of an incident. But it is going to be down to the wire, crossing the track just to get the inside line again and the run down the last few corners. We get a change of camera. Car here is the Ferrari is now behind Fido Coleman coming into the final chicane. Very good racing there from those two. Very clean racing as well. James Pearce, he was running quite high up in the pack at the start of the race. He started to drop down a little bit. A couple of the LMP1 cars actually at a position of blue flagging near enough. So it's going to be a close one to see if any LMP1 cars are going to be lapped by LMP1 cars. That'll be a weird one. Team Bushfink still in first position at this moment in time. Maniti Racing ISRC LMP1 team, which is the local team here. They are running 14 seconds behind, but they are in second place. Fuga Simsport LMP1 are in currently third place. They are about 30 seconds behind the leader. And Backmarker Racing Blue in fourth place. They are about 38 seconds behind the current leader. So Fuga only having about an 8-second gap on Backmarker. So Fuga have no chance to make a mistake here, otherwise they will lose out on that podium place so far. We are 35 minutes through the race already. Approximately 5 hours and 25 minutes to go. You see Glenn Mulholland passed Sam Helsen on P13 there as well. Interesting to see that pass on track. Sam Helsen actually went off track. He had a bit of an incident. A bit of a spin out. And Glenn Mulholland is going to take up on that. Yeah, there we go. Cheeky round the outside. Just a little bit of an on-track incident there. Nothing that Sam Helsen could do. Just lost the back end coming through turn 3. Turn 2, sorry. Thomas Johnson running at the back of the grid for the LMP1s at this moment in time, but there's a bit of a battle going on between the Twisted LMP1 and Sapphire Simsport. Thomas Johnson really trying to catch that tool coming down into this. Oh, smashing the cones again. I don't know how many times those cones have been sent into the air this race, but it's going to be many more times they're going to get sent. Poor Marshall. Not going to have a fair time of it. James Pearce just all over the back, getting smothered in the back there by the Sapphire Simsports driver. Thomas is just pushing a little bit more to get the pace out of that LMP1 car. But he's going to try and pass on the inside, but that Porsche is in the way. Boosted right up into the rear of James, and there's nothing that James can do when it comes out. You can tell that he's just boosted out of that corner, but he has a pole now. Is it going to be enough to catch him on the last few corners? He might try and send down the inside. He's not. He's just... It does seem that he's just very, very timid to the fact that he could have taken him there just, but he's obviously not wanting to ruin his or anybody else's race. Sebastian Boscher-Williams is now entering the pits for a mandatory stop, it seems. So he could be actually doing a bit of a driver change. We'll see what's actually happening here. Back marker racing, they're going to be doing a bit of a repair, it seems, or even new tyres. Actually watch Sebastian Boscher. Yeah, so it could have been just a splash and dash there of fuel. He wasn't in for very long. 47 seconds. On board with Sebastian Boscher-Williams is that he's currently running at the back of the field. I do believe he's one of the only Porsches on the grid as well. Oh, we have a bit of a punt there. Petrovic Gomez getting taken out, it seems. Watch that again. Yeah, there was a bit of a net code, but I would say that the LMP car was to fault there, not giving enough room. Again, we'll see how the stewards view that. We might get a decision later on in the race. Unfortunately for me, I'm not part of the stewarding team, so I don't know necessarily most of the information that's needed. We've got a few drivers now entering the pits now. Just got a couple of stewarding announcements to make. Stewards announcement incident number 2. About 3 minutes into the race between 27 Motorsport and the RSR Esports amateur team, and also iZone Performance. It does seem that there was a stop and go penalty awarded to the iZone Performance junior team. They had to stop and hold for 2 minutes for a race start infringement. So that's a bit of a shame there for them. But incident between Team DRC Blue and World of Sim Racing team. There's been no further outcome on that, and that was to do with an incident just about 5 minutes into the race. So that's the latest from the steward's office. James Pierce on a defensive here again. Is there going to be Thomas Johnson just putting so much pressure on him, but James now diving into the pits to try and get a new fresh fuel load in. We're back into the racing, and we've got Tim Matske, who's trying to lap a few more. That's the Fuga Sim Sports car, their GT car that was getting overtaken there. Tim Matske really pushing that LMP car now for, it seems the ISRC have got the lead as everybody is taking the pits. Bowmeister coming into the pits there. Ariel Pacho going off the track as well, very wide off the track. He's going to lose a lot of time for that one. Yeah, you can see that he is going to be overtaken, not once but could potentially be twice there for that incident. It's a bit unfortunate there. It looks like he maybe just had a bit of a late braking going on. There's Josh Bowmeister in the pits now. He's going to phase through the other cars and get out. Just watching now, we're actually seeing the LMP2 cars having a very competitive battle here. There's not much to really say other than they're just pushing. Ballmeister, as you can see here, after having his pit stop, warming his tyres a tiny bit, going out wide. But that was a very handy thing for the Corvette to do, is get out of the way of the LMP car. Ballmeister really trying to chase down the FTR Esports team here on the keyboard car. Van Slambrook, who we do know is had a bit of an issue at the start of the race. He's driving here, see what's going on. There's nothing going on there, it's just a bit of a replay. Dude's coming out of the pits. We've got another car went off track, and it's Ted Lowerdick, who is... Oh, and it does seem to have been a net code between two LMP cars, and he was sent off. He is going to stop before the barriers, though. The great thing about this track is there isn't a lot of space to hit barriers in here, so a lot of cars are going to survive incidents like that a lot better. Dragging a lot of sand onto the track, that might affect a few drivers in the future, so we'll need to watch out for that corner. Keyboard K1 are really pushing to still keep on catching the FTR Esports team. Fedo Coleman for Team DRC Blue. They're just defending again from the Core Motorsports Ferrari. Good positioning on the track there. Just watching to see if Fedo is going to push a little bit more. around these corners. The Ferrari just seemed to have a little bit more downforce going around those kinds of corners. Having a bit of a replay. Sebastian Boschere smashing those cones again and going wide. A lot of dust on that part of the track. It'll be interesting to see if anybody goes into there at all. We are now 46 minutes into the first hour of the race. Glenn Mulholland having a bit of a crash. He just lost it seems, under braking. Yes, one of those corners like that isn't going to take... Oh! And GTE car smashing right into the front of him there. That corner seems to be catching a few drivers out today, and that GT car obviously just didn't expect the LMP to be there. Glenn Mulholland's probably going to have a little bit of damage, a little bit of aero damage now. They're going to have to... Yes, you can see the whole front of the car is missing, so they're going to have to come in and get a replacement. That's a shame for Glenn. He was running a pretty good race up until that incident. We're back live again, and we see Fedor Coleman still holding off that Ferrari, but the Ferrari is chasing him down. There's not much that Fedor can do if that Ferrari gets the run on him. You can see now, coming round these corners, that Ferrari is, you know, an arm's reach away. You can see that's Glenn Mulholland that's now actually entered the pits, so we'll see how long he's in the pits for. I estimate about a 3 to 4 minute stop for that accident. Coleman. You can hear the guinea pigs in the background. Fedor Coleman is still holding off from that Ferrari going round. Oof, that is really close. I mean, Ferrari is now, you can see, not having the same amount of acceleration as the M8 out of that corner. But the Ferrari's going to... Oh, he was thinking about it though. He was thinking about a move down on the inside, but the M8 closed the door of Team DRC Blue. They've been very, very strong at defence today. Both the guinea pigs screaming at me. That's always nice. Antonio Piexi for the Ferrari driver. He's just a little bit short of that the Team DRC Blue drivers. We're going to stay on board with these guys for a little bit longer if we can, just so that we can see if anything develops this lap. M8 driver just having a little bit more confidence around that corner. Interesting to see. He's actually banging it off the rev limiter there. He's obviously too interested in the car in front. About changing gear. We've all been there. We've had an off track actually between Manuel Weinitz and Perry Pinjak. So maybe go and do that. Manuel Weinitz, yeah, just a little bit wide through there. I've done that as well. I know how nasty that corner can be. I'll look at the Perry Punjak one. Punjak, he's just a little bit wide coming round turn 2. It's just a bit unfortunate for him, but he is in the right position to give the Cavort team a chance to get past, which is, I mean, you could say it was a strategy. So go on board with Ariel Pacho for his replay as the same corner. A lot of the drivers having an issue with turn 2 today. It seems going wide around there. There's a lot of dirt on that side of the track as well. So if you catch that, the dirty line of the track, you're off. It seems. Glenn Mulholland though, he's made up 2 positions now in this last few laps. Glenn Mulholland there, we can see after having the incident there, where he had his whole front taken out of the car. He's actually managed to come back up the track, and he's only just off the Fuga Simsports GT car. Not too much between them now. He's going to catch them within this next lap, and he'll be back up into his own league of cars. We'll see what's happening. Could we maybe go back to the battle that was going on between the Ferrari? Yeah, so we've seen Antonio, the XE, very, very strong driver we've seen here today. Wide hairpin section of the track. It's quite tight, this one, actually. Everyone's a bit wider. We'll take that corner nice and tight on the inside. The battles seem to die down a little bit now. The Ferrari's losing a bit of pace compared to the M8. And I wonder if that could be down to tyre there. But he is still there. I mean, the battle could still be on within the next few laps, whether Fido makes a mistake or we see the Ferrari just manage to gain a bit of space. Team DRC are not giving the Ferrari any chances though. Manuel Weinitz having a bit of a spin out. Yeah, just a little bit late on the brakes coming through there. We've seen him actually go off a few times. He's just not having the best of days, it seems. The Benello driver, he's not managed to do much with that keyboard. Ferrari still there, and Guido Coleman's Team DRC Blue M8. Not much that he can really say other than he's going to be pushing that car to the limits. So at the hour mark, we're going to take a couple of minutes break for commentary, and I wonder if I can maybe get RT to sub in for me for a couple of minutes while I go into comfort break and get a drink. But yes, we've still got a bit of time there. Perfect, man. No problem. I won't be any longer than about 5 minutes. Hi RT, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, I'm sure you did. I'm sure everybody loves it. Right, so carrying on watching the race, we'll look at where we're at now. Let's see. So no change really in the LMP1 class. We have Motegi Racing ISRC LMP1, 21 seconds ahead of Team Bushfink Racing Yellow. They are really kind of pushing themselves out there at this moment in time. I don't believe we've had much driver changes yet. As of yet, they might be doing that in the next little while. Have a look. It's Fuga Sim Sports is LMP1. They're still sitting around about third position. And then Back Marker Racing Blue, they are in fourth. Sapphire Sim Sport, they are sitting in fifth. And Twisted LMP1, powered by RSR, they are in sixth. So there we go. That's our LMP1 running order. Chicane Online are sitting first in their class at the moment in the LMP2 red, and we have in second place in their class at this moment we have Team DRC red. Team DRC got a few cars in this race at this moment. And then we have third in the class, we have Kairos Competition Apollo. So Kairos Competition Apollo sitting in third in their class. Right now I can see we have a little bit of a on-track action at the moment. Fuga Sim Sports, they are still leading their class when it comes down to the GT side of things. Just looking at Sam Helsen in the Cavort LMP2 car. Sorry, Stage 1 Racing Green LMP2 car. You can see Maniti actually smashing out the back of the LMP2 car. Tim Matsky, he might get a little bit of a kicking from race control for that one. But yeah, there wasn't too much to really say there other than Tim nearly taking out an LMP2 car in that ID. Those cones going flying again as we see actually the Ferrari that we were having a good battle with earlier. Sam Helsen crashed, it seems. What's happened? He's actually spun out on the track. See what happens here. Everybody's getting caught out by turn 2 today, it seems. At Motegi. Just drops it under power. Yeah. That's the same thing that happened earlier, a few of them. See, anyone takes them out and he reverses back a little bit because he knows all the cars are coming. He gets a little bit of momentum and then he pulls himself back out onto the track. That was a safe rejoin, very, very responsible from him. He could have easily just fired himself back out in those lines of cars, but he knew that he wasn't going to stand a chance there. Christopher Hammer for the Twisted LMP1 team, running kind of last in the class at this moment in time. Cheers for that, RT. Don't worry, you go and take a break and I will be watching. While he is hopping off for a quick break, we will just watch and just see what the cars are doing. Actually seeing a bit of a racing battle going on between these two cars. Not too much going on though. You can actually see Michael Dubois from Lithium Motorsports in that Corvette. He's had a reasonably decent race so far. He's not had an eventful one though. Still a bit of a battle going on though. You come around turn 2. Sam Helsen, after having that spin out last lap, is starting to regain his positions again. A few of the Dallara drivers have actually had a bit of an issue and spun out a little bit, but not too much of a problem. Michael Dubois again still pushing Kevin Finn in the LMP2 car. David Van Slammerbrook has went into the pits, it seems, after having a bit of an incident earlier. But it does look like he's probably went in and got some fuel. Manuel Wynant's trying to come back again after having a few incidents earlier. But David Van Slammerbrook is taking that place back. He's decided that he's going to take that one off of him. And Ten Londick has gone off the track, but it's come back on, so it was just a little off. It's nothing major. Just to let you guys know, if you want to chat about this on Twitter, you can use the hashtag ISRCTV, and I'll be reading all the Twitter comments within the next few hours. So jump on Twitter, and if you have something to say, I'll be there, and I can answer your questions. You actually see as Pedro Gomez has actually passed Michael Dubois after all that fighting going on for position. So Michael Dubois having to concede 25th to Pedro Gomez. I hope the commentary is okay for you guys. It's nice to see the differences and the changes in all the leagues. This is my first time commentating officially on iRacing, so hopefully this is okay for you guys to watch. As I said, if you use hashtag ISRCTV, I will be able to get to you guys on Twitter. I've got that up and ready for everybody to comment and do anything to. Kevin Finn and Sam Helsen. Sam Helsen here having a few battles earlier, but there's Gomez. Alex Gall. It seems like they are fighting for position there between the two LMP2s. But that doesn't look like an LMP2 to me. That looks like the Porsche at 919. Nope, it's not. That is Alex Gall. That one's quite a difficult one to see in the Supporters Guide, just because of the colours being similar to a Porsche. Manuel Wynitz has went off track again. Well, be interested to see actually what happened there. He's had a fair race of it. Manuel, I'm not too sure if he's done any practice on this track officially, so that could be down to why he's having so many incidents. Back live again. We're on the leader of the LMP2 class right now, Alex Gall, in the chicane car. The LMP2 car has been very, very fast all day. And it's exceedingly fast around all of these corners. Obviously doing an exceeding amount of training in the car to and setup work as well, because this track seems very set on having a good setup for the car, especially for all these tight hairpins. Back on board now with Antonio Piexi in the Ferrari. Not too much going on with him at the moment. He managed to push himself a little bit, but Team DRC Blue managed to get away from him. So it's now just been a case of stalemate. It's now actually been hashtag racing has been overtaken by DRC Blue too. Marcus Danhausen, he's had a little bit of an off track there, but he recovered it and he's back on again. Christopher Hammer actually taking the wide line through that corner, and we've already said that this that part of the track is extremely dusty, and if you go off into the dirt, you go. There's no way. And we have Mr. ISRC. How are we doing, buddy?
Very well, thanks yourself.
I am doing great. I hope I'm doing a good enough job for you guys. My throat's a little bit raspy today, but yeah, it seems like it's a good race so far.
Yeah, it's been awesome to listen to you guys in the stream. Really enjoying it, or listening from the race control, and it's been really enjoyable. I've been able to watch some fairly epic racing so far.
Anything to report from racing control over here?
Yeah, just very clean from everyone so far. We've currently had 3 incidents come in this race, but everybody's driving really well. We've had one disconnect. It was somebody who received throughput.
Yeah.
So otherwise, it's all been very clean driving for everyone else, and there's a couple of close battles out on track.
Excellent. Well, we've seen quite a lot of good driving going on from quite a lot of the different cars. Mostly in the GT class. I think we were going to be expecting that between the Ferrari of Core Racing and between Team DRC Blues M8. We had that kind of in the middle of the battle. We've actually had a spin out that's taken 2 cars with him. That was just one car, and it was Fernando Correros who has spun out there as well. That wasn't necessarily his fault. That was actually the LMP2's fault there, I would say.
So that LMP2 there that spun around was actually his teammate. So that was the. Sorry, I'm trying to find it on my timing screens here. That was the hashtag racing car of Jean Mangales, who spun around and crashed into his teammate over Frantoqueros in the hashtag car. So it's unfortunate for them.
That's a bit unfortunate there, but we see battles have been going on kind of intermittently throughout the day, but as obviously we can see now that the cars are starting to fan out a little bit and between pit stops, and it's just the odd one pops up. But we're actually starting to see the concentration of some drivers starting to drop, and we see more off tracks, some pushing of the limits of the tracks as well. But in all fairness, we've actually had a pretty good race. I would say that so far.
Yeah, it's expected to see some drop off there as we see Nathan Armez in the second place car going around the outside of the Miles Racing Porsche. We're expecting the drivers to get a little bit of a drop off. We normally see around the 5-hour mark. That's when concentration really starts to fail and the drivers start to get tired, and you'll notice it. But I'm sure these guys will just be getting into a rhythm, and a lot of them will be doing their driver swaps on the next pit stop or the one after that. So we should be seeing some fresh feet in the car, and hopefully some of these gaps will start to close up again.
Yes, definitely. I think from our point of view as well, we've seen quite a few of the pit stops happen just for fuel, like a splash and dash strategy, which is pretty good to see. I can't really see them coming in for tyres unless they really need them, but we've had a few people come in and they've just changed and put some fuel in, and that's it, and they've gone. It's been pretty good racing though. Yeah,
so if I'm so far from what I've seen, it looks like we've had in the LMP1 category, we've had one driver change, which was in the twisted LMP1 blue powered by RSR car.
Yeah.
They came in on lap 27, and James Pearce brought that car in. They then did a driver swap and put Christopher Hammer in the car. First time we've seen him in this series in the P1 field. That's the only driver change so far, and he'll be all the LMP1s from now will be expecting to do 3 stints on a tyre, is what I'm guessing. So we'll be seeing him in for the next 2 hours on that set of tyres, and then we'll possibly see James or his other teammate Casper getting back in that car. But other than that, it looks like there's been no other driver changes throughout the field, and within the next 40 minutes, I reckon we'll start to see cars coming in and changing tyres.
I think you'd be very correct in saying that. I think I was unfortunately I went off for a 5-minute break when the driver change happened, but from what I saw, we had quite a good stint of racing while I was away. We had obviously the core racing Ferrari. I was having a fight with DRC, the DRC blue team that were following Fido Coleman now. Going around the track, he managed to pull away from the Ferrari after the Ferrari having a very offensive attack on him within I think it was a good 4 laps of them just battling it out for position. And unfortunately, as I was away, it seemed that the Ferrari had started to drop off pace, and now the Ferrari's no longer in the frame. I do believe he's probably looking to conserve the car a little bit.
Yeah, so as we switch over onto Antonio Piezza in the Core Motorsports car. I remember earlier in the race I was watching them battle from the stewarding office. It was quite a close battle between them. It looked like Antonio was able to go a lap longer than all of the other competitors. I don't know whether that's down to the Ferrari or whether he's fuel saving. That's the 4th place car in LMP1 entering the pits of Sebastian Bosch-Williams. But yeah, so we saw Antonio Piezza in the Core Motorsports car going a lap longer than the other competitors. So it'll be interesting to see how that's going to pay out strategically, whether they are now deciding to fuel save, which is down to that larger gap, or whether it's a pace deficit. But it's they haven't so far previously in the season been at the sharp end of the championship, but these last 2 races they seem to have really pulled together and fighting very well. We saw them with a 3rd place last round at Interlagos. And now they're in 4th, so they're going to be looking to hopefully get a good result out of this.
I think that's a very fair statement to say. They're going to be looking to have a very close race towards the end anyway, at the least. We're actually on board now with Yannick van der Zand, who is in 2nd place in his class for the LMP2 car for Team DRC Red. And they're pushing past a few of the GT3 cars now. Or GTE cars, sorry. As I was saying earlier, it would be very interesting to find out if Yannick is related to Renger van der Zand, Danity racing driver. So we all know that he's one of the best racing drivers that IMSA has at that moment in time. So yeah, that would be a good one to find out.
Yeah, and also one of the best names in racing, Renger van der Zand, in my opinion. Maybe we'll be able to get him in the commentary box at some point after a stint and see if he can shed a bit of light on whether there's any relation between the 2 drivers.
That would be great.
It would.
Oh, we've had a bit of an off here between it was just Jost Ballmeister who's taken a bit of a shortcut on the course.
Yeah, that's not the racing surface there. You want to be staying on the grey stuff there as you see him making his way past the Maniti GTE car. Maniti doing all right so far. They're sat in 2nd in class behind Cabot K2. This is the first time that we've seen Cabot leading the GTE AM Championship with Tim Perry in the car at the moment. So they'll be happy with that. And the gap is only a second between the Maniti car and the Cabot car. So the race isn't over yet. We've still got 4 hours and 40 minutes to go. But it's good seeing Cabot leading a race.
Yeah, it's great. I'm actually very happy to see that because we had a few kind of different things to say about Cabot earlier. They were in a few different battles and they just found themselves in the wrong position, but it seems that they managed to sort themselves out now. They were always seemed to be on the receiving end of being attacked after having a reasonably decent qualifying session. So it's good to see them pushing the game. You actually see Cabot K1, their actual LMP2 outfit, not doing as well as they would like. They had a few off tracks and a few spin outs early on in the race. They're managing to hold on. They are managing to hold on. As Jules Baumeister, actually, we saw there have a bit of an incident going off the track in the last chicane, but he's managing to keep the car stable enough to drive, which is a good thing.
Yeah. So if I'm just putting up one of my spreadsheets here, and the Cabal car is quite an interesting story behind where the team was founded. It had 3 founding members: Tim Keigskeit, Nicholas Bonafuso, and a name which some of you might recognise, Robin Truswell. His father, very well known in the commentating for Radio Le Mans Show Limited Network, Paul Truswell. So it's interesting to see his son there, and the team name is the initials of all of those 3 initial founders. That was 3 years ago now when they founded the team. And now running 2 cars in 2 different categories and doing well in GT, and hopefully they're going to start pushing their way up the field and get a good result in P2 as well.
Yeah, hopefully. They've been doing okay in the LMP2, as I said, but they have had a few incidents that they found themselves on the wrong end of a few times as well, just getting blocked in by GT cars and not being able to be on the top. But we're actually on board with the Fuga SimSport GT car. It's just had an absolutely dominating stint so far. That M8 is just going like the clappers down the road. Nowhere to be seen is Team DRC Orange and Blue, who are the 2 outfits that are running M8s as well.
So where do you
Hello
start?
there, Martin. He's back.
Hello, I'm unfortunately going to steal Isaac from you, as we have a competitor who'd like to discuss their incident, and we're more than happy to do so, but we need enough of us to talk sense effectively.
Of
Yeah,
course,
that's fine. I'll let you. You can take Isaac away.
Thank you
I'll
very
carry
much,
on.
Andrew.
So that was Martin Pearson. Obviously, we heard him earlier doing the qualifying for us while I was sorting the game out. But it's nice to see that we've got a very good relationship between those 2 guys, as they are both the leaders of this championship in the aspect of being team leaders. They are the ones that organise the events, and without the drivers, they couldn't make it happen. But they will definitely say that it's great to see everybody driving. Once again, we're back on the field again, and Fabio, we've got Fido Coleman, sorry, pronouncing names wrong again, who is running in 3rd position for Team DRC. Orange is just ahead at this moment in time, but Orange has been in that position for quite a while. There's not much change going on in 1st and 2nd, but 3rd has changed quite significantly as Hashtag and Mendoz Racing had to jump out and get some fresh tyres a few times. As I said, if you have any questions or that for the commentary box or any of the drivers, feel free to use the hashtag on Twitter, hashtag ISRCTV. Okay, and we will be there to answer your questions. So that is hashtag ISRCTV. As the LMP2 starts to go flying past Fido, which is fair enough. The M8 is unfortunately not as competitive when it comes down to LMP2 car. Question for people is, how is everybody's day going so far? That's my question. It's a Saturday. It's seeming to be very sunny outside in Scotland, surprisingly. It was sunny in the morning. It's now a little bit cloudy, but I have sun going through my window, so that's always a good sign. See, we're now. Oof, I can imagine it's not the best. We had a driver change for FTR Esports, and we have now got Richard Coffraw in the car now. And he is going to be looking to take his stint in the LMP2 car. They are running down in 13th position in the race. We've got Thomas Johnson, who's now going into the pits. He's misjudged the pit entry there, but he's managed it anyway. I'm just going to try and keep an eye out on the stewarding announcements, just because of the last thing that was going on. We've had the recent incident there. We've got steward announcement. teams involved was Twisted LMP1 and Manoj Racing. Obviously, LMP1 car and Manoj Racing is a GTE car. Stuart, the incident is under review. Manoj Racing is getting a warning for not providing enough racing room to the LMP1. I think we commented on that pass as being a little bit dangerous as well. So it's good to see that that we're actually on track with what the stewarding office is saying. We're actually on board now with Tim Motegi, who is managing to hold really good pace now. He is seeming to be a very fast guy in that LMP1 car. He seems to be about 39 seconds ahead between that gap of the car in second. But we know that 39 seconds is generally nothing when it comes to everything. But you've got Yannick van der Zand past Nils Kor, P7 again, after a very, very strong races. Team DRC Red are now in the lead of the LMP2 class. You actually see that, so that is just pure side-to-side racing. They're using the draft of each other. And that's it, they've done it, they've managed to gain that position, and there's nothing that the other car can do about that one, unfortunately. The chicane car actually been very dominant this whole race, but Van der Zand has just managed to pull off a move that Renger van der Zander would be very proud of. Fido Coleman actually getting punted out there by what seems to be the Cavort K1 car. That's going to be down to investigation. There's not enough racing room there, but at the same time, Fido he was almost on the racing line, but that's the Ferrari actually going to be chasing him down again. We might actually see Ferrari v BMW Part 2 going on here. We're now on board with Antonio Piazzi, who is just going to push just a little bit, trying to get past. Obviously, that LMP car is being a bit angry. He wants past the BMW. That BMW is not very happy, but that BMW also seems to have a bit more straight line speed than the Ferrari. Ferrari's got a bit more downforce, but the BMW seems to be fast on the straight line. It'll be interesting to see if Core actually managed to make a good move through the race here, because they can really stick that car to the ground, as we've seen on the corners. So it'll be interesting to see what's going on now. Hello to everybody in chat. I hope everybody's having a good day. Again, I'm answering your questions for the next few while on hashtag ISRCTV on Twitter. So if you want to ask me a question, include the question and I will answer it using the hashtag ISRCTV. On board still with Fido Coleman, who's obviously he had that spin out just a couple of minutes ago. Good rotation for that BMW, I do see, still, even though he did have that punt off. He's watching as that Ferrari is chasing him down. Ferrari's just a little bit angry. Doesn't like being stuck there. Now we actually see as Glenn Mulholland went into the pits and now swapped out for Sam Hampshire. Had a bit of a driver shot swap there. Keys Uzerman's a new driver as well. We're actually having the driver stops now. He had a little bit of an incident there. I'm not too sure what actually happened. Was that a spin? Yeah, it's just he drove full on sideways Tokyo drifting out of that corner. Just a little bit lost as to how he managed to keep that one on the track. But that is Backmarker now had their driver change for the middle stint. Fido Coleman having to give way to an LMP1 car. Fido is still being hunted down by the Ferrari. But I do believe the Ferrari's just not got enough pace to catch the M8 again unless the M8 makes a mistake. Some very good close racing. Just a reminder to find us on our socials. So if you would like to see more of this kind of racing, on the Mondays, obviously, we have the Quiver Championship that will be streamed live on here. It's Quiver Esports Championship. We've also, on I think it's a Wednesday or Thursday, I do believe we have the Porsche Cup and the IMSA Porsche Cup. And then also on here, every month or so, we have the Endurance Championship League. So feel free to stop by and say hello. Hi. Timothy Vanderbroek taking that wide route round that corner again. You can see how dusty that side of the track is now from all the drivers going off the track at that point. Got a new incident under investigation from the steward's office saying 27, the number 218 car, 27 Motorsport and Team DRC Red incident under review. And we just actually had something announced there. It's 27 Motorsport and Team DRC Red again. Team DRC Red are being penalised with a drive-through penalty, so an unsafe overtake. And a recent incident as well that's just come into it's Core Motorsport and Team Bushfinks. So the Ferrari of Core Motorsports has seemed to cause an issue for Team Bushfink, it seems. But we will find out a little bit more about that just now because that's under review. That's just come up from the steward's office. David Van Slammerboek, just a little bit defensive coming out of there. I don't know what necessarily was happening, but he's going to take the wide line, the inside line coming in, the BMW of the Fudo Motorsport car. It's just going to keep way. You know, he's going to give way to him. Doesn't want to be in his way at all. 3 LMP2 cars all fighting for position there. Seems Taj Edwards in the Fuga Motorsport SimSport GT car. Still leading their class quite considerably as well. A very, very strong drive from them. Nice to see what actually happens now as we're still on board with Fuga as they are driving. Taj has been a very fast guy all day. He's obviously been putting the guys. He must be their more experienced driver as such. I do believe they're actually just a very experienced team in general, so they're managing to put the car up there very well. We see an LMP2 pass now. Good racing going on right now. Sebastian Borscher-Williams again taking the asphalt challenge from asphalt to some grass and then some sand, because who doesn't want to drive on the gravel today? It's not a race about driving on the gravel. And that's Ariel Pacho now going into the pits, so he will be looking to probably do his driver change now. It's a very strange way of stopping your pit box, but sure thing. Be interesting to see if he actually stays in the car, though. We'll keep an eye on that. Thomas Johnson went off the track here. But it was a slight off track, it wasn't anything serious. You see, we're now on board with Nils, who is running second to Yannick van der Zande in the chicane car. Team DRC Red managing to hold a very good lead right now. We actually have the stewarding office decision on the Core Motorsports and Bushfig incident. They believe there is to be no further action taken. So that is your update on that one. As we're watching, as Mark Tranter is now in the car for Kairos. It's going to be a very strange one to see him in the car. It's a very beautiful coloured car, though. I will say I do like the kind of pinky red and cyanic colour to it. It's very fitting. But they are running in third place in their class. And Thomas Johnson having a big off there. He's just trying to hold the car in place, is coming round turn 3, turn 4. Good car control from him. Back on board with Mark Tranter. He's nearly done the same thing, but he's managed to get round the GTE car that was in the way. Nicholas Reeves is also in the car now as well. I think I do believe he was actually in the car at the start of the race, but I'm not too sure. But we're Pedro de Souza, who is taking a nice move around the inside. Very good racing from him. I think that is to take the 5th position, which is very good from him. And he's back. How are you doing, my friend?
Very well, thank you. Just discussing with a couple of the competitors about some incidents. And reviewing a couple.
That's fine. We've been keeping the chat up to date on the Stewards announcement. So, so what actually happened between the Core Motorsport and the Team Bushfig car? That's quite an interesting one.
So
weird one.
So we had the incident where the Team Bushfig car went up the inside at turn 4 of the Core Motorsports car. He was alongside for the entire corner, and the Core Motorsports car didn't leave enough room for the pass. He turned a bit. It could have been put blame on either car. We just left it as a no further action. It's
that's fair enough. We're actually watching it. Antonio PXC here has actually had a crash. That's the Ferrari. He's just spun out completely. He's a whole 360 and went off track to get the car back on again. He had very good pace earlier in the Ferrari. We were actually talking about the Ferrari as being just a little bit slower in a straight line than the BMW M8, and that's why it was struggling a little bit on the straight line speed. But he's taken the asphalt for today. He's went off.
That's
good
to
see him.
It's good to see him carrying back on. Unfortunately, he lost a position there to Fernando Queiroz in the hashtag racing car. But I'm sure he'll have no problems making his way back up to where he was, and still working on his, I presume, fuel saving strategy.
Definitely. I think he's just he is looking for a time to be able to push the car. I don't know if he's got any faster guys in that team that are with him. And he might be actually just trying to hold position for them.
Just have a look now, see what the driver lineup is.
Carry on. Sorry, what were you saying?
Well, I was going to say his teammate currently for this race will be Celio Mendes,
right.
One of 4 Mendes brothers, part of the Core Motorsports team, whether it's brothers or cousins. One of 4 Mendeses. They're both on pace with one another, so you shouldn't see any difference when Celio gets in the car. it should be. Hopefully, it should just keep the same pace, which rhythmically should get them back up into fourth, possibly even third in class. So it's a very strong lineup they have there, and they should be looking forward to something good out of it.
We've definitely got some fighting going on for position right now, and just to remind everybody, if you guys have any questions for the commentary box, you can use the hashtag ISRCTV on Twitter, and I'll get to your messages. So that is the hashtag ISRCTV on Twitter, and you can ask us questions. Or even just comment on the race. It's always nice. But anyway, back to the racing. We're on board with Mikel Dubois, who was actually having a fair scrap earlier in that Corvette. Be interesting to see if he does a driver change soon as well, to give his arms a bit of a rest. But we'll see what actually happens now. Lithium Motorsports car has not had too much of a position of attack on the other cars today. Just not to be for them when it comes to pace.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my I'm just looking at my timing screen now, and they are in the same position that they started in, 8th in class, setting reasonable qualifying, 8th overall in GTE and in the pro category. They have been involved in a couple of battles, but it just seems like every time they end up coming back to 8th place. The Lithium guys are no stranger to this championship. They've run in it since the start, and they've entered both of the drivers, Mikel Dubois and Luke Chmielowski, have entered into the ISRPC, so they know the competitors, they know the championship, they know the stewards very well, and they'll be interesting to see what they can do over the next 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Definitely. It's awesome to see the battling going on, though. Nice to see that Tim Matske is still leading the LMP1 field, but Marc Maitrez actually having a big off there, just lost it under braking, and lucky enough the LMP2 car could get past him.
It's one heck of a
carry on pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one heck of a GT LMP1 field that we've got at the moment. We've got Tim Matske from Maniti Racing, racing in the ISRC LMP1 car at the moment. A lot of you, I'm sure, have heard of that name and the Maniti name, running in several championships, including the SCO. Tim Matske and his team aren't slow by any means. Tim, an 8.3k driver, and a lot of his drivers sitting well above 6-7k. So to see him leading the race at the moment, there's no surprises there. And then we're looking into second place, we've got Team Bushfink Racing. They've had a lot of success last season in the European Endurance Series, winning a 6-hour here, in fact, just 3 weeks ago in the European Endurance Series. And then we've also got our second place championship car, Fuga Simsport, with Marius Danhausen at the wheel at the moment. But we've seen drivers such as Rick Verbees and Patrick Pelchat racing. Patrick making setups for Craig Setup Shop, and a very talented driver. So it's a very, very stacked LMP1 field that we've got at the moment, and a lot of very talented competitive drivers.
We just actually had a bit of an off there for one of the drivers. It seemed to be we'll go down a little bit. Was it? Yeah, it was Timothy van der Broek who decided he was going to drive across the gravel. So it's a bit unfortunate for him, but he managed to get the car back on the track. That's him here. As you can see, he's actually still, he just missed his braking point, it seems, and just had to take to the gravel to get out of that. So how are we doing, Martin?
I'm alright. I'm actually here for Isaac again, I'm afraid. Another small incident. One of the corners before the back straight, but we'll get that sorted. No major damage either way, it doesn't look like. So, no, we're doing good. I'll be in the car in 16 laps time, so looking forward to that at the moment.
Oh, fun! We'll be cursing on your name.
I don't expect anything different. Right, enjoy, guys. I'll catch you later.
See you in a bit. Fun. And that was Martin Pearson, who we'll see driving for the ISRC team in a wee while. So we're seeing Taj Edwards now for the Fuga Simsport, still leading their class. He is just having the race of his life right now. As we were talking about, Fuga is no stranger to this championship, and nor is any of the other cars. But we actually see Ariel Pacho never actually left the car yet, so he must be doing a long stint in the expectation that he might actually be finishing the race. But or might not actually have to finish the race, but we'll see what actually happens as we are about an hour and 50 minutes. That M8 surprisingly has some really good straight line speed. And Casper Johnson has just lost it coming out of one of the corners there. That's a bit unfortunate from him in that LMP1 car. He's just trying to accelerate to get the car out of the grass there. Yeah, that was a bit of a shame. They are running at the lower end of the LMP1 grid. Seeing Nils Core now in the lead for chicane. They are ahead of Team DRC Red, who DRC Red were leading for a good few laps, for at least 20 to 30 minutes there with Yannick van der Zande. But I think Yannick went into the pits, if I remember rightly, earlier on. Yes, and that's where the Niles Core has passed him. You can actually see up there for P7. So yeah, that is where we've seen it. So Mark Matisse, who is having a problem again in that Porsche. He went right off this time. Seems that he's not managed to get to grips with that car yet, but he's dragging all that dirt back onto the racing line. That's going to be horrible for anybody to drive through next. And you see the cars come back up behind. And we've got Timothy Vanderbroek again going off track. Sorry, that was earlier on in this incident, I think. Casper Johnson, though, have we seen his off track? I think it was just a slight off track as he goes round. Yeah, that was the one we saw earlier in the LMP1 field. So some really good racing though. Nils Core doing very well to hold position. Michael Dubois, Michael Dubois in the Corvette there, still running around about 18th class. Not managed to really push any more than that, unfortunately. It does look like he is trying to make a move though on Pedro Gomez, but it's whether he can make it stick or not. Yeah, he's been very conservative, which is fair enough on him. He is holding back what seems to be an LMP1 car going through the chicane. He should have really slowed down and tried to get him by, but yeah, so we're looking at Adam Pearce, has passed Van Slammenbroek there, so I actually see is actually Van Slammenbroek is going into the pits. So obviously Adam Pearce doing very well to keep position. So Van Slammenbroek now in the pits. Michael Dubois, again, we're back on board with him in the lithium Corvette. Keys Iserman, he's doing okay. I think he had an incident earlier on in the race that had him spin out in the Corvette, but he's managed okay. You see a bit of dirt actually being kicked up off the track onto the track. Maybe somebody touching the dirt to get it off there, but you can see everybody trying to stick to that racing line and how dirty the track is there from everybody coming on and off at that point. I mean, he's going to let the LMP car past him. LMP1 car very, very close to him coming around the inside. It's always a bit scary when you see an LMP1 car like that come at you, but also when you're in an LMP2 car and you see an M8 chasing you down in the corner, that's scary. I remember that one too well. Tim Perry now in the car for K-Bort K2, which is their GT outfit. We actually were talking about them earlier, the K-Bort class. The GT field is just absolutely stacked at this moment in time. I'm going to go into tonight on the steward's office to see if there is an outcome to that off-track incident. Yep, for an incident at the hour 30 mark, we have Team DRC Blue and K-Board K1. There's to be no further action taken on that. So that was just 2 minutes ago by the steward's office. Miguel Dubois has now passed Pedro Gomez, so Lithium is now up into 7th position at that moment in time. Looking at Tim Perry, he's sitting in 10th position as well, and we're back on board again with Taj Edwards, who is just fighting away to keep that Fuga car a fair distance away. I do actually believe that Perry, driver, has just gone into the pit lane, so for his sake, Perry has gone into the pits to, I do believe, just get fresh set. So he's going to be looking to keep himself occupied. And they've actually switched out drivers. It's now Dan van der Ven who is in the car for them. Fredo Coleman is now in the pits as well, so we'll see how he responds, if they're going to change drivers or not. Taj Edwards is still in the car. He's holding very good position. Antonio Piezzi is now past Fido Coleman, obviously, as he's in the pits, and also Dan van der Ven, who is actually just leaving the pits. So that shows that we actually have we've got a bit of a difference going on with Stephen Bromfield. We haven't seen much from him since the first few laps in the Porsche. The Porsches have unfortunately become uncompetitive compared to the newer cars of the Corvette and the M8, unfortunately. So you don't really see the Porsche anymore. But that's Dan van der Ven just left the pits after being in for just over a minute for a driver change. Pedro Gomez is actually overtaken most of the guys there as well, which is going to be an interesting one. The field is starting to have a bit of a change up. Raul Fernando Querez is now running in second, and Antonio Piexi is in third. So it will be interesting to see if they're going into the pits soon. But that'll be again an interesting battle. But there's Van der Ven just leading the pits there on replay, so he managed to get out, no problem at all, no traffic. Very good from them. But he is now behind a Corvette, so we'll see how that goes. Fido Coleman has now left the pits as well, after 1 minute 20 second change for them. And that is a crash that's just popped up, and that's Dion Neuveld. It's this corner, and it's coming down on the inside. He's just going to lose it. Yeah, he's just went a little bit too tight in there. That unfortunately, that was not the GT driver's fault. You could have said that the GT could have left a bit more room, but there was plenty of room, and the LMP car was just willing to get past. So that was driver error, I'm afraid. We're on board again with Van der Ven. This is his first lap out in the M8 today, so we'll see how he manages. Again, we've got no updates on any more incidents, so we should be doing okay, as all the drivers are kind of going in for some pit changes. So we'll see where everybody sits now. So Fido Coleman's actually down in 11th position after that big change. So they must have done tyres and potentially some repair damage from other problems. Ariel Pacho, who is actually running down in the lower end of the GT field in 15th, he has they're kind of in a position right now where they had got a bit of damage at the start of the race, I do believe, and they're now in a bit of a position where they've got to try and make up a lot of places. Just going to see, we've got just under 4 hours left of the race to go. So just under 4 hours left of the race to go. Sam Hampshire passed Dion Neuveld for P17, so it'll be interesting again to see if Dion has actually picked up a little bit of tyre wear from that incident. But Sam Hampshire, again, I think has been pretty much a name that we haven't really seen much in this race. So he could be a new driver. And that's Dan and Van der Ven past Kees Uzerman now. We're back on board with Tim Matsgate, who's been just flying that car around the Maniti Racing ISRC team. Has just been stomping the field ever since the start, pretty much. They have got about a 30-second gap on the second car in the LMP1 class, so they're just giving themselves a little bit more of a lead. Tim Matske is just, as we said, he's just a very experienced driver. Tim Perry has now entered the pit lane in the Corvette, so it'll be interesting to see if there's going to be a driver change. We'll be watching. Yep, and I do believe there has been. We've now got Daniel Webber in the car. So that's Daniel Webber is now in the car. But Stephen Blumfield has just had a little bit of an off. He's not had, again, he was good at the start of the race. We saw a bit of him, and then he just seemed to die out a bit, and now we're seeing a couple of incidents from him. So he might be coming to the end of his stint mentally now, so he's kind of letting himself go a little bit. But that's a bit unfortunate for him to be going off track twice in the past 10 minutes. It seemed he just locked up a little bit. I'm just watching it on replay on my screen, and he's just locked up a tiny bit. We've got Niels Kaur. He's just fighting to hold that position off from Team DRC Red, who are pushing. Team DRC are doing very well today, not leaving anyone anything to complain about. They're just driving to the maximum potential that they are, so very good racing from them. But she had Dion Neuveld, he's just entered the pits now. And that's Daniel Webber, just left the pit lane after coming out. And that's Dion Neuveld left the pits as well, so he's obviously had to serve something. I will have a look if that was current incident. Looks like they were just doing a fresh set, it seems, for them, which is fair enough. Sebastian Boscher-Williams has went off track twice. Be interesting to see how that's happened. Oh, just a bit wide. Missed the apex there. Really dusty off track there, and he's even had to dip onto the outside of the track there to get grip, and you don't get grip there, I'm sorry. It's very much unfortunate that he had to do that, but that is both the off tracks there, I do believe, from him. Yeah, he had a bit of an incident. But watching him now coming down to the tight chicane, he's trying to take it a bit wider to try and see if he can get past the BMW. He's going to get past him anyway, so doing that doesn't really leave yourself much room in the LMP1 category anyway. We actually have a new incident under review. It's just been announced that Team DRC Orange, one of the two DRC GT cars, and GRT powered by PRL, which is an LMP2 class car, is now under review as an incident. So we'll find out what has happened there. That was earlier on, at 1 hour and 47 minutes into it. Sam Hampshire now really managing to push the car, the GRT powered car, really, really strong. I believe that's him just in the car though. The past 10 or so laps. We've got Taji Edwards now looking to be into the pits, the leader of the GT category. He has now entered, he's decided that he needs fresh set and some fuel, and potentially a driver change. So we'll find out more. Peter Ilsen has just entered the pit. Yep, there we go. We've got a new car driver, and it is Make Weisenpisker. That's going to be a nightmare to pronounce. I'm just going to call it the Fuga car from now on. Yeah. Pedro de Sousa has now entered the pit. Going to just say that we've got quite a lot of drivers now coming in to get their first set and get going again. So that's nice to see. The Fuga car has now had to go into the pits, changing up the order a little bit, but Alexander Spetz is now in the car for the second team runners in the LMP1. Team Bushfink have been fighting for the lead all day, but they've unfortunately just been plagued almost, and Alexander Spetz actually coming in again. So I'm not too sure what's actually happened there. That's actually back up the top there. Yeah, what's going on? I'm going to go back to the Discord channel and see if anything's under review. We've had another incident. The same one has actually been reported twice. So that's always nice to know. That's Daniel Van Samelbroek again. He's seeming to get himself caught up in a few things. I don't know if he's just a little bit more inexperienced in the car than other drivers, but he seems to be getting caught up in a little bit of off-track action at this moment in time. He's not taking too much time off, but that's Alexander Spetz a little bit wide coming through there, but he's managed to hold his line quite well. And Rick Lambert is in the pits. So we've got a new driver ready to go. Michael Dubois is past Stephen Bloomfield. I do believe that Michael should be ready to switch out of that car soon. So we'll see what's going to be happening. The driver changes, Alessandro Pons. Michael Dubois is still not changed drivers as such, so he could be on for another stint here. But a few drivers coming into the pits now. So we've got Marianne Brabeck in the pits now as well. Looking up at the top of the field, we've got Yannick van der Zande and Martin Brabeck there in the LMP2 runners who were just coming to position. They're now a little bit lower down where they'd like to be, but they are going to be pushing. Seems now. Team DRC Red now leading with Nils Kor. With Yannick van der Zande. Doing very well. Sorry, not leading. In second position. The chicane car is leading at this moment in time with Nils Kor. We'll be looking to try and gain, but we've got a bit of a battle going on as Nicholas Reeves takes him on the inside line there. Very, very safe driving there from Nicholas Reeves. Very good driving. Still waiting for an outcome on what's happening with the other drivers. Nicholas Reeves is actually still driving in third position at this moment in time. I'm looking at the wrong timings, I do believe, which is not necessarily the most up-to-date one. So that is my fault, but Yannick van der Zande is up in second position. Mark Tranter is now in the car, and for the LMP2 outfit, running in 4th position. And they are Kairos Competition Apollo, so we've got Mark Tranter is in. All the drivers now entering the pits now. It is insane. We've got a flood of them. Floodgates have just decided to open. Got Maximilian Bandion as well, the new driver coming onto the car now. Casper Johnson has had a bit of an off the track. We'll see quick what's going on there. Yeah, it just caught the curb a little bit and had a little bit of a spin out. They are unfortunately running last in the LMP1 category at that moment in time, so we'll see how they manage to fare when it comes to the end of the race. We see the Kibort K2 car coming up, chasing them down, so it's always nice when you see a Kibort car, really bright yellow car. Alexander Spetz, he's running in 1st position in the Audi, the LMP1. We're watching as Nils Core. We're fighting for position here between DRC Red. There's a little bit of flashing going on to try and tell him to get out of the way. Team DRC Red with Yannick Van der Zandt just chasing down to try and get that position there. We do have an LMP1 that's thrown himself into the mix though. They have decided that they're going to appear and jump in between the two cars just for this moment. That is Thomas Johnson. He's not running in the top end of the field, but he is currently 5th in the LMP1 category. For Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha. And they're doing pretty well so far. Casper Johnson, I do believe, has just went into the pit lane, so he is coming in probably for a driver change and a fresh set. And that's Timothy Vanderbroek coming out of the pit lane now. Kind of had a Timothy Vandenberg, yeah, he's the other Timothy in the race. Don't know what he was doing there. He took a bit of an adventure off the track. No, Casper just taken a fresh set. Okay. He decided he was going to take the wrong track. Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking, and even then, he's just new in the car as well, so I don't see why he needs to go into the pits anyway. No need to see. It's quite a strange one though, isn't it? I'm not seeing that. I'm just trying to keep an eye out because Yannick Van der Zandt. Oh! Now, I don't know if that was down to the LMP2 not giving enough space or the GT car being impatient and trying to turn in. So maybe we'll watch that again. That might be of a difference to see. So yeah, I think that was a racing incident. I think the M8 had a bit of a tank slapper on in the back end, and he was trying to correct it a little bit. But that's actually Martin Pearson is now in the car. We see, which is going to be a nice one to see already driving in. It's quite a strange one though, because that one obviously that'll need to be looked at by race control, because that one shouldn't be allowed. They've just kind of Yankee been dead. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, we just had an announcement in the chat actually. The stewards' announcements are now coming live in the chat. Team DRC Orange and GRT, penalised team was GRT. Warning, reason for dangerous driving, no contact. So obviously swerving in front of them. So it's just a warning, which is a good thing for them, but it'll be a bit of an issue. So we're seeing Martin in the car now. See whereabouts he is. He's running in 5th position. Martin Pearson. Just, yeah, you just see he just went a little bit wide, coming out there. The Sapphire Sim Sport car. I thought he was actually in the ISRC car, but that's my fault. But Alexander Pons, he seems to be getting involved in it. Like, that car seems to be in the wars today. If you ask me, some serious issues going on there with that car. But that is Marian Brabeck passing Mark Trenter, P9. Well, we missed that. So Marian Brabeck, obviously a very fast driver, has just managed to pull herself up into the next place. I do believe that is a female. Marianne is it's actually a very nice female name. Hope I haven't offended that person. This is where she's a female, not a female and a male, and I've just offended her, or it, or him. I don't know. Question me later, boys. Have a go at me. Hey, it's Dom. How are you getting on, buddy? Yes, it's just a bit of an accident, isn't it, Dom? It's just one of those things that happens. I think the race control, they'll just look at it and probably say, they'll probably give a warning for not leaving enough space, but yeah, I do think that's probably the way it goes. Just a reminder, guys, I'm answering your questions all afternoon on Twitter at the hashtag ISRCTV. So Martin Pearson's actually went off the track again. He's having a little bit of a rough one today to start off with. It's just a little bit too much, and that's where we're seeing everybody going off. A lot of incidents going down to that corner. Yeah, man, I was expecting you, so it's nice to see you here. Feel free to keep watching and have fun. That's what we're here for. We've still got a good 4 hours of this left, so definitely nice to see everybody here. Sam Hampshire left the pit lane, so Sam's in the pits just then. Looks like he just went for a stop for some fuel, some food. Yeah, because he went for some food. That's how he does it. Yeah, we missed you last on Thursday night, Dom. We had a little bit of a tricky one when it came down to it. Yeah, there definitely is. That corner's it seems to be a bit of a bottleneck when it comes to traffic as well. So a lot of the cars are trying to hit the dirty line going round, and then they just end up going too wide. It's just the sad thing. So just looking at the front of the field, Alexander Spetz is still running in first. We've got Luca Wunsch in second, and we've got the Fuga Simsport LMP1 car in third of Rick Wolfman. Can't necessarily say that name, but we'll stick with it. In fourth we have Peter Lucen, and fifth we have Martin Pearson, and in sixth we have Casper Johnson. I was expecting Casper to actually switch out the car last time he was in pits, but maybe it's because of the amount of incidents they've had today. They are looking to get back out there and keep going. So we're actually on board with Marion Brabeck at the moment, who is fairly making her way up the field. Overtook Mark Tranter about 3 laps ago, and is now running in third position. Niels Kort and Yannick van der Zande in first and second in the LMP2 field. Looking down the field to the GT class, we have Mike Weisensbolsken. I think that's how I spell a name, but it's so many weird names, I'm sorry. We have, he's running in first place at the moment in the Fugger Motorsport car. We've got Dan van der Ven in second. And in third, we have Fido Coleman, DRC. We've got actually 2 TRC cars that are in the positions. That's Sam Hampshire going off, again, going wide at that corner. I think everybody's just struggling with that corners today. It's a bit of a weird one, that one, isn't it? We've seen quite a few instances. Yeah, I mean, that race, even though I had to do it myself, definitely it was a challenge. It's a shame that I was the only one on the mic that day, but we'll brush over what actually happened there. I'll maybe have a conversation with you about how it all went down later on, man. Yannick van der Zande, still running in second for Team DRC, LMP outfit. Be nice to see when Isaac comes back in, see what he's saying about a couple of incidents going on in the race. We've had no new incidents reported in the past 20 odd minutes, so that's a good thing. We've got Sam Hampshire still kind of having a bit of an issue when it comes to off tracks, but we'll let that slide. He's obviously just getting used to the car. Niels Kort using all of the rumble strip there to get a nice turn in T1. But that is, on his tail is Yannick van der Zande. He's only about a second and a half behind now at most. This is a very, very strong race right now for the LMP2 lead. Again, anything can happen from now on. That is the thing that's going to be down. He's going to try and body block using that Corvette. It's going to be a nice one to see. One thing that I heard now about the GT cars in iRacing is you can no longer use the toe to let the cars slide in corners a little bit easier to give you rotation. They have tried to patch that, because that's how you used to be able to get the cars to do a bit more turning for you. But yeah, they have unfortunately patched that. So we've got Timothy Vandenberg went off track. And obviously that's the Corvette that was getting hunted down there. They haven't seen much of him this race, and we haven't seen much of that car this race either. As such, they did not have the most enthralling race in the GTE class. We've actually got, there's at the bottom of the pack right now, we have 2 LMP2 cars that are about 21, 15 odd laps down. Well, a few laps down. Tom Dahlman and Kevin De Vale. I'm not too sure what's actually happened to them. It'd be interesting to find out. But Luca Wunsch has went off track as well. See what he's done here. Oh, that was a big one. He just lost it too much on the power going in there. But that is for, a considerable amount of time he went off. I mean, he's going to have Rick Verwijzen on him quite hard now. I can imagine. He had a fair lead against him, but it's going to Yannick van der Zande still pushing the DRC car. Sam Hampshire again, he's just going to go wide, I do believe. Yeah, he loses it. You need to take that corner on the apex, I do believe, otherwise you're just going to lose all your tyre grips. So you've actually had another incident within the recent Aeropigs racing team and between the Maniti racing team, who are the leaders. We've had an incident with 2 hours 16. Maniti Racing have now got a drive-through penalty for an unsafe overtake. So that is actually quite a significant attack on them, because they've actually been leading the race since the start. They've not had much challenge, so that's going to be a close one. Alexander is going to have to come into the pits and serve that within the next few laps, otherwise they're going to be black flagged, unfortunately. So that's very unfortunate for them, but just got to be a bit more careful on the overtake. Niels Kor has now got two LMP1s to deal with as they're coming around him. He's going to have to take the inside. The LMP1 settles just to stay behind him. That's Martin Pearson behind in the Sapphire Sim Sport car. Very nice overtake here from Martin. He kept it on the racetrack this time, which is good. Luca Vinch is now in the pit lane. So I do believe that Luca Vinch was the car that had to take that's the Maniti Racing car. He's had to take the unfortunate route of going through the pit lane for a drive through, but that's what happens when you unsafely overtake a car. Yeah, when it comes to Twin Ring, that corner is quite a nasty one to overtake on. Definitely is, but we'll see. Yannick Van is still all over the back of Niles. Very much. Niles is not going to be able to do much about it. Obviously, the Dallara P217 is a naturally aspirated V8 of about 580 brake horsepower in that thing, and all the LMP2 cars are upgraded. The difference between an LMP1 and an LMP2 car is the LMP1 car contained the hybrid engines and slightly bit more downforce as well. We're just watching the replay here and going through the tunnel section. What a fantastic driver he is. He's actually managed to really push the top end drivers right now. Marian Brabeck still sitting in third place, Mark Tranter in fourth. That is the PRC Reds in second. PRT team in third. Then Kairos and Hashtag Racing LMP1 fifth position. LMP2. Go back down maybe, let's have a look at the GT field. We haven't seen the GT field. So we're back to Fuga Simsport, who are, I would believe doing pretty well, but Timothy Vanderbroek went off the track for a solid amount of time. We'll maybe actually quickly watch that. He's been having a fair time in that LMP2 car today, hasn't he, guys? He's just unfortunately lost it a few times into the gravel. But yes, that was a very safe re-entry on the track, so well done for him to keep that back there. Obviously, he's been in the car for a wee while now, so he might be losing a little bit of concentration. And we've got Van der Ven now in the do believe that's a BMW M8. Yes, it's M8. He's here. Yes. English translation. LMP1 is just faster. I agree with you. It's just what happens. It is difficult to see the GTE standings. It's just because of the amount of cars that we're seeing on track at the moment. But we'll be looking at the LMP standings a little bit less. We'll just focus on the GT standings for the next half an hour as such, as the battle seems to continue. Fuga Simsport now is still leading. Very strong from them. 191 car. The 171 and the 172 car of the DRC Motorsport team. Both BMWs, all three BMWs on the podium it seems so far. Top four is all BMWs for a matter of fact, so we're going to be seeing a little bit more push. Fido Coleman's still in the car. He'll be looking to get out of the car soon. He's been in for at least an hour now. Rui Fernando Perez is sitting in 4th position now in BMW. Mikel Dubois is in 5th in the Corvette. He's actually managed to push the car up a little bit. They started in 8th position today, so they had a very, very slow start to the race. Didn't have much happen to them, and they've just been blessed with some good pit stops, it seems, and they've now managed to keep the car into 5th position. In 6th position in the GT standings, we've got Chelo Mendes, who's we actually had a Portuguese driver in earlier who was actually managing pretty well for the league. So that was the one thing we were commenting on earlier. We had some good drivers. Yeah, we have multiple drivers for each car. There's about 2-3 drivers that will do stints per car. So 2 to 4 drivers. We see Timothy Vanderbroek just went off track again. Another driver that's just having a bit of a struggle. Was that the same? I do believe that was the same car, and he went off earlier as well, and not too many laps ago. Maximilian Bandillon in the Porsche. Porsche's not been having a good race either. Actually, both Porsches we've had in the race so far haven't been having a good race. Such that Munoz Racing definitely were doing a lot better at the start, but you can tell that the older technology in that Porsche is starting to become a little bit outdated. Yeah, man, Dom. I mean, it's one of those competitions where if you had a PC, definitely. I've seen you driving; you're pretty good. So, it's just getting used to the cars again. We've got Nuno Carvalho there as well. He's a new driver in the car from the BMW. Kuntas is Kuktas, is in the Corvette now, running in 9th position in that category. Yeah, man, sometimes you have an accident like that, it's a bit tough to get him, but Timothy Vanderbroek's actually crashed now. Somebody needs to maybe take over from him. I do believe he's potentially losing a little bit of concentration now. He's just lost it. Just lost it under power, which is a shame. And he was doing reasonably well up to that point. A few points where we actually seen the racing go on. Yeah, I would agree with you, Taj, that there's quite a distinct change. We were actually talking about that earlier. We could be doing with some more Porsches in this race. I do agree, the Porsche is a good car, and if you've only got AM guys driving, it's a bit of a difficult one. But yeah, I agree with you. You had a really, really good stint there earlier in that BMW. We were talking about that Fuga car just storming ahead. So well done to you, man. Be interesting to see if you get back in the car and when. See if that's a good one. But see, too wide going around that corner there. It's a difficult one to be kind of 2-3 wide on, but they managed to keep it. But that is David Van Slammerboek is now ahead of Adam Pearce for P14. Van Slammerbroek had a bit of a tough one at the start of the race, but he managed to regain those positions and get himself back. Interesting to see what happens. Van der Zande now is still pushing Niles to the limit. It's going right down here the line, it seems. He's using the toll from that LMP1 car to his best abilities, I would agree, in that one. But we'll see how that goes. Yeah, it's still a long race. Plenty can happen. Plenty definitely could happen. We're nearly halfway through though, which is a good thing. We get halfway through, hopefully we can get Isaac in for half an hour while I go get something to eat and chill out for a little bit. And then I'll be back. I won't be any more than 20-25 minutes. I'm just starving. I haven't had anything today. But Yannick Van der Zande is still really pushing to try and get in front of the chicane car. Chicane have been really strong today, I would say. They've been a very strong contender throughout the race. Nils is just, he's been putting that car in the right place in the racetrack, and there's nothing you can say that can take him away. But Fernando Cueros has went off track. I don't know what's happened with him. We'll have a look and see how that's gone down. Yeah, just a little bit too late on the braking, and he sent it into turn 4. Or turn 3, sorry. He's just, that, he needs to pay a little bit more attention to his mirrors, I would believe. Nearly swerved out on him, but he managed to get back out on track. No damage to his car. That's David Van Slammerbroek in the pits now. So it'll be interesting to see if he actually changes driver now. He's been in the car for a good considerable amount of time. They're running kind of at the lower end of the field in the LMP2s, but they are managing to hold pretty well. Timothy Vanderbroek has just overtaken David Van Slammerbroek for piece 15, which is to be expected. We're now on board with Adam Pearce. Oh, here we go. We've got Van der Zande now just on a replay, fighting for position there. Fuga car, seeming to be in the mix there. I'm just watching to see what's actually happening at this point, because we've got quite a lengthy replay from him. We need to maybe hit live again and see what's going on. Mills car still in the lead. Coming up here, we can see just in the distance there. There he is, Yannick Van der Zande. Fantastic race so far. Car just in front of him now is the Kevort car. Not doing too well in the LMP2 category, but to be fair, it's a pretty stacked field we've got in the LMP2 field, so I think they'll be very happy if they pull away with a result similar to what we've got now. Nils Core managing to just hold them off, but that is Yannick now nearly in his toe, and you can actually see Nils is actually having to overtake the Porsche. The yellow Porsche is not having the best of races so far. I'm just watching. Nils Core actually nearly lost the back end there. He actually had to twitch the car into that corner, but he's down. Oh, and we've just had a spin out there. We just watched in the background the green Kevort car have a little bit of a spin. Well, actually, yeah, I do believe that was it, yeah. Don't know if that was the Kevort car. Dion Neuvelt. That's not the Kevort car, but that is. That's Timmy Vanderbroek. He's not had a very good race, has he? We keep on saying it, but he's just having a bad spins every now and again, and it causes it. So Yeah, no problem, Isaac. Well, again, there's no rush. There'll be a little commentary swap for about half an hour or so while I get some food, and then I'll be back on live. It's just because we're running a little bit low on staff today. It's the unfortunate truth is the staffing has not been the best. But Yannick van der Zan is still pushing. He's not managed to gain too much time on the chicane car. The chicane car is managing to hold a little bit more of a lead. We'll see what happens. I'll be back on again later on the commentary, as I said. So there's no need to worry, guys. Niels Corey, he's just managed very well. Here he is, Isaac himself. How are we getting on, man?
Very well, thank you. Yourself?
Oh, I'm doing great. I just need to get and stretch because my neck's stiffen up.
I know, you understand.
So just looking, we've actually had a steward announcement. Have you got any more information on the Maniti racing incident?
The Maniti, so it's 2 Maniti incidents we've just had. There was the Maniti LMP1 on the Aero Pigs.
Yep.
The Maniti LMP1 car was about 5 miles back, and then decided he wanted to overtake and then crashed into the Aero Pigs car. So he gave a drive-through penalty for that. And it was a similar incident with the Verve car and the Maniti car again for the second incident. Yep. So otherwise we're all good.
Fair enough. It's nice to see that we've had a bit of a battle here between Nils Kor and Team DRC, with Yannick van der Zan. They're just putting constant pressure on the chicane car to push just a little bit more, and you can tell that they're almost fighting at the end of their abilities here to just keep in front. It's one of those things. It's nice to see. I mean, he's only about 2 seconds behind now, but he was a little bit closer. We've actually had a crash between Mark Tranter. If we could maybe quickly go to that. Mark Tranter here, LMP2. I think he might just be a little bit late on the brakes here. Yeah, just a little too late, carrying too much speed in, and loses it round the corner. Bit unfortunate for him. At least he didn't cause another incident coming out of that, so well done to him. Yeah,
very well done. If you want to step away and get yourself a drink, I reckon I might be able to handle this for the next half an hour or so, as you watch some fascinating racing.
Excellent. Right. Thank you very much, guys. I'll be back in half an hour.
Hello, guys. It's going to be myself and you now for the next half an hour while Andrew's getting himself refreshed. See, I've not been watching all of the stream so far, but I've been trying to keep up with the racing and battling as it goes. And one class which actually has seen a surprisingly little amount of racing in so far is the LMP2 field. It looks like from the start there we've had Nils take the lead, and it's just been like that since the start. As we're looking on this on-track battle now, this is the closest battle we've got. Celio Mendes in the white, yellow and blue liveried Ferrari for Core Motorsports, and then the Lithium Motorsports car just in front, driven currently by Mikel de Bois. Mikel's had it from the start, as we see Celio going off in the background. Running just a little bit wide there. There's not much curb there that the drivers can use. They get it slightly wrong and fall back. Doing very well, thank you, Dominic. Oh, as you see, Yannick having a big off there. Is he going to be able to keep it out the wall? Yes, he is. Nicely done. Very difficult braking zone there as you're coming down a hill. You can brake very late in these P2 cars, almost at 75 metres. But yeah, as you throw the car in, the rear end just wants to come round and uses that diff still all spooled up. So, yeah, well of him to keep it out the wall. I'm seeing, exactly at that same point again, we see Sam Hampshire in the GRT powered by PRL car doing the exact same thing that we just saw the DRC car doing, looping it round on the brakes on that downhill section. Another car going off again, and I don't know what's happening here. Everybody seems to be just driving off the track now. We've got Alejandro Pons for Aero Pigs Racing Team. Aeropig's having a couple of issues so far this race. They're second to last in GTE at the moment. Obviously, they had their incident with the Motegi LMP1 not that long ago. Riding on board now with our second placed car, and we just saw him having a spin last time through that corner there. Yannick van der Zande. Not sure if there's any relation to Renger van der Zande, as we were mentioning earlier on. Team DRC red car. See if I can pull up the championship standings in this race, because if I'm not mistaken, all DRC need to do is finish within the top 3, and they have secured the championship so far. Let me just pull this up and have a look. Here. Yep, so sorry, correction. So in order to win the championship, Team DRC Racing Red needs to win this race, which will then mean that going into Le Mans, they will be over 38 points ahead, which is the maximum amount of points you can score at Le Mans. So they will win the championship. However, they need to close up the gap to our current leaders in the Chicane Online Racing car, which is only 5.5 seconds so far after 2 hours and 45 minutes of racing. But as we're going back to this battle now with Celio Mendes trying it up the inside, going downhill under the bridge, nicely passing the Lithium Motorsports car there. To this difficult braking zone while turning right down, coming out onto the start-finish straight. You see Dubois right underneath the rear wing of that Ferrari. He's going to be in the slipstream, wanting to pull out, get up on the inside for turn 1 into the braking zone. Is he going to close up? We see him start to come closer now. Is he not close enough, however, into the braking zone? Getting up close and personal with the Ferrari up ahead. He's not going to be close enough to make a move up the inside here. Hopefully he will be able to get the power down nicely out of this very difficult double apex left-hander down onto this straight down before we go into another right-hander underneath the oval part of this track. It's this track's starting to gain a bit more traction in iRacing as of recent years, or recent seasons. It's not raced in many real-life series. It's best known for the oval circuit, being shown in IndyCar sometimes in the early 2000s. Nowadays, the circuit, however, is just used for Japanese series, such as the GT500, Super GT, and Super Formula. With other series such as, I believe, GT World Challenge Asia has been there recently as well. It'd be nice to see some endurance racing coming back here, as it's an awesome track, and as we can tell from today, it's built for endurance racing. So you can see Rui Fernando Queiroz in the hashtag Racing BMW going off there. That's the 4th place car. Celio Mendes is only 8 seconds back after that spin, so he's going to be wanting to try and capitalise on that. Taking the long way through the gravel. Hopefully he hasn't got any floor damage from that. We know how susceptible these cars are to floor damage. Yes, Dominic. Our final race of the championship, which will be on the weekend of the 11th of April, is Le Mans. That's a 24-hour long race. It's the final race in our championship. It's 1.5 points for all of the current competitors. We will be opening up the championship to new competitors, however, to be competing as invitational drivers. So we aim to have a 60-car strong grid for that race. And we've got roughly 45 entrants who are currently in the championship, and they will be the cars that will be scoring points from that race, whereas the others will just be competing as invitational. Seeing a car that we would like to see at Le Mans is this Motegi Racing ISRC LMP1 car. They signed up for their first race in the championship, being the 2nd round at Nürburgring, where they weren't all too fortunate there, coming out with a DNF after a really good start. Then a bit hit and miss, I believe, winning one race. I can't remember what race it was at, sorry. Slips my mind. But they're dominating this race so far, 15 seconds to the Team Bushfink Racing yellow car in 2nd place. Luca Wunsch is at the wheel of that. Looks like they're going for the standard triple stint there. Tim Matske taking the start of the race for a triple stint, and then Luca Wunsch getting in after that to, looks like he's on his third and final stint, and then we'll be handing over to his teammate of Joshua Meyer to do the final 2 hours of the race. Hi, Vincent. Nice to have you on board, man. We've been seeing a lot of your replay files. Vincent very kindly making all of our stream displays for us. As we see Luka Wunsch now entering the pits, will he be handing over to... actually, that makes me think now, he might not be handing over to Joshua Meyer, and he might be going out for a third stint. It'll be interesting to see what he does here, as Nathan Arms of the Team Bushwing Racing yellow car goes past to take the lead of the race under the pit stops. If we see the car going up on the jacks here, that means that he will be taking tyres. Otherwise, it'll be a roughly 20 seconds to full fuel this car. Only 50 litres running the diesel engine. Yet, as we see him pulling away there, on electrical power only till he gets to the pit line, releases the pit limiter, and away he goes in the V6 diesel turbo. So this here, correction, is now his third and final stint. After this, we should be seeing Joshua Meyer getting in the car to take it to the end of the race in that Motegi Racing liveried machine. See smoke there? Is that a car going off up ahead? Nuno Cavallo coming down into turn number 3, and he just gets on the curb, spinning it round. Able to get away though, keeping it out of the gravel traps. Nicely done. iRacing recently updating their particle effect, so the smoke that you'll see in the dirt being kicked up is a lot thicker. I know I did a race myself last night at the Bristol dirt track, as we see Casper Johansson in the Twisted LMP1 blue car taking a little bit of an excursion there, trying to make his way past the 72 Stage 1 Racing junior car. Oh, and a car backwards. That's the other Stage 1 Racing senior car backwards there, as we see Luka Wunsch trying to make his way around the outside. Dion Neuveld's at the wheel of the Stage 1 Racing car. Sorry, correction, that's a Stage 1 Racing green car, my apologies. There, Timothy van der Broek in the car. Stage 1 Racing green just going up into LMP2 last race in the season. They've been competing in GTEs the other rounds. Oh, very easy to do there. Like I said, in on the downhill after the back straight, and this P2s, you can lock the rears up very easily, and it's very hard to save. There's not much weight on the back, so you just loop round. And very lucky that all the other cars avoided him as he safely makes his way back onto track and carries on his way. As we see Ryan Chevalier in the FTR Esports car making a bit of a mess of the pit entrance there. Running in 6th at the moment. Not really any cars around him that he's fighting for position. So it'll be interesting to see whether there some pit strategies will be able to draw everyone closer in again. Casper Johansson again in the LMP1 liveried car. And Rick Verbies. Finally seeing him in the Fuga Simsport LMP1 machine, as he's making his way through traffic there. The DRC Racing BMW in the background. DRC, that is the orange car, so that's second at the moment in the race. And if I'm looking at the championships here, DRC Racing Orange tied first in the championship with the Hashtag Racing car. Hashtag Racing currently not doing as well, currently in 4th. So this means that if things finish as they are now, DRC Orange will lead the championship going into Le Mans. Riding on board with Martin Pearson, our ISRC organiser, in the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car. As we see Max Hack joining us.
Hello, can I quickly pick you for 2 seconds?
Yeah, of course. I'll be back in just a minute. side just needing to help the guys in the race control out with assigning some penalties. Riding on board now with Mike Weiskopke in the Fugger Simsport car. Fugger qualified on pole position and have led since then. No upsets this race for them. Their gap at the moment currently sat at 16 seconds, so not much to worry about up front in the BMW. So Fugger Simsport in their attempt to get back into the championship battle. They're currently sat third in the championship standings. They're going to want to get a good result out of this to elevate them back up to the top. Now again with the Twisted Racing LMP1 Blue powered by RSR. Kasper Johansson at the wheel. We've seen all three drivers drive so far in this race. James Pearce, Chris Hammer and Kasper Johansson is currently at the wheel, followed closely by the Motegi Racing car behind. They're sat in 6th at the moment, a minute behind the next car of Martin Pearson, Sapphire Simsport Alpha. Making his way under the bridge, boosting out this corner into this flat-out right-hander. It's awfully scary going through there, especially when you've got slower class cars to navigate. No, it's not, Marcus. We can't get the race control app to work. It's something we're going to have to look into for future streams. Yeah, Dominic, we'd love to see you racing at any point you ever decide to get into iRacing. It's a dark path to go down. Once you do one race, you then end up buying more content and more content and more content. And next thing you know it, you've spent an upsetting amount of money, but it's good fun. You get to do some awesome races and meet some awesome people. Alex Gal, Chicane Online Racing, LMP2 Red, leading the P2 field. He's done since the start, qualified on pole position and ran away, similar to the Fugger Simsport GT car. 11 seconds to the next car of Team DRC Red. As you see him being passed by the Backmarker Racing car. Peter Elson at the wheel of that at the moment. Here we are now looking at the Cabot K1 LMP2 going off the track. Boommaster is at the wheel. Oh, sorry, Vincent, for calling you Marcus. I apologise. As we see the Aero Pigs Porsche going off track, that Alejandro Pons at the wheel. If that car able to keep it under control though whilst off the track. Yeah, don't hate me, Marcus. Marcus, Vincent, I'm doing it again. I'm sorry. Don't get mad at me, Vincent. I've had a long day. I need my tea. I haven't had a cup of tea in a couple of hours now, so I think I need one. So sorry for any mistakes that I make. Alex Gal now, Chicane Online Racing LMP2, like we were saying earlier. 6,500 I rating. Put the driver in the 69 car. And this is the second place machine, Raymond Scheifer, Team DRC Racing Red. Team DRC in the championship standings, just having a look now. They've been competitive all season, Team DRC. They're currently leading it, like I was saying earlier. So this is to win the championship. If they need to win this race to win the championship this round, otherwise the race will be going through to the final round. Now, the very, very pretty liveried cars of Stage 1 Racing, their cars. Some of my favourite looking out on the grid, as our cameraman Artie Boschart is a driver, team manager for the team. The cars look incredibly good. Dion Neuveld is at the wheel at the moment. Had a bit of a hit or miss race so far for the Stage 1 Racing cars, the best of which is the Stage 1 Racing Junior number 72. That's sat in 8th in class at the moment. But this here, the Stage 1 Racing Senior car, number 83, as we see Martin getting out of shape in the background in the Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha car. I don't know what happened there. So here we are, Stage 1 Racing Green in 10th at the moment. Sam Halson at the wheel of that. Interestingly, I was speaking to Artie about this the other day, and he was telling me how they've got the Stage 1 Racing Junior and the Stage 1 Racing Senior, and I thought that was just a little joke, but it actually is a little internal joke. But the Stage 1 Racing Senior car, the average age of that is, I think, over double of the races in the Stage 1 Racing Junior car, so it is actually a junior and senior team, which I think is quite interesting, and you can tell them apart with the juniors running the red liveries in the races and the yellow liveries on the senior cars. David Van Slambrook in the junior car at the moment, number 72. Been in ISRC since the start, and the first championship that I ever personally ran in, they were in that as well, and I can remember trying to get on their pace as I would try and battle away at the 10th and lap times. Dominic in chat asking how iRacing works. It's a racing game, like any other. It's the easiest way to explain it. The iRacing's unique, and it's got a very good rating system and online multiplayer. Every single day, you've got several scheduled races that will be around a track that changes weekly. I believe there's in the 40-something different series that you can compete in. So when you start new in iRacing, you'll have a handful of series, I think about 5 series open to you to get to start in your rookie class. So you start in rookie class, you do your races, and then you move your way up into D class. From D class, you then get to do all of the rookie class races and loads more in the D class. And then the more races you do and the safer you are, the higher up the classes you work your way up to until you get yourself up to A. And if you're one of the esports drivers, you become a pro driver. So you wake your way up. So the more racing you do and the safer and cleaner you are, you then get the more fun racing essentially you get within the top tier A class, the European Endurance Series, which are these cars that we've got out on track at the moment, competing for 1 hour long races on every 2 hours. They also have in iRacing a iRating system where depending on where you finish relative to your skill level, you'll get given a number. So if you start off automatically on 1300 iRating, if you enter into a race and you win, say you'll get 100 iRating, so then you're 1400, and that will they use this numbering system to differentiate which split you go into. For every race, they'll have a couple of hundred people signed up, and they'll just match the highest 30 guys, then the next 30 guys, next 30 guys, all the way down, so that you get fair, clean racing with people around your skill level, and you can improve and work back naturally to find your perfect skill gap. Marcus is asking if Artie can go to settings. I can try. Don't know whether Artie can see the stream chat. Vincent's trying to help sort out some of the stream overlays apparently. No. Okay. He says if you go into settings, overlay, variable access credentials, you can make it use. We'll look into it. We'll look into it after the race, Marcus. Marcus Vincent. I keep calling you Marcus today. I don't know why. After today, we'll look into it, see what we can do. So you see a driver change in the twisted LMP1 blue car. Chris Hamer has got into the wheel in that machine. Chris Hamer. So we've got the twisted LMP1 powered by RSR. RSR is a company that produce sim rigs. Chris is the owner of that company. So that's why I believe the car is supported by him and his rigs. Yes, we can. Everybody can do custom races, so I can also host up a race around any car, any track. A limit of up to 7 different types of cars for up to 25 hours, and then you pay to host those up. And so that's what we've done. We've created a championship for a WEC style series, which goes around the globe at 8 different locations. And this is our penultimate round in Series 1, as we're working on a Series 2 to start up later on in the year. So I started up ISRC in about this time last year. We decided to host a 24 Hours of Le Mans, which is called the 24 Hour de Quarantine. Some of you may have competed in it, some of you may have seen it. We did that one-off 24-hour race. It was great fun for everyone, as we just were going into everyone was going into lockdowns. We thought that it would be a great way to entertain people. And then from that was the spawning of this championship, which then started up in September and has been running every month since then. It's great fun. We've had opportunities to meet some awesome new people, and the community that ISRC seems to be building. Everybody's so friendly. It's awesome to be a part of and see everybody enjoying themselves. Thanks, Vincent. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind helping us try and sort out the stream later, it would be very appreciated. It's our P2 leader now, making his way past the Mans Racing Porsche. A little slow out of the corner then, once having to check up a little bit to make sure he doesn't run into the back. The Cabot K1 car nearly running onto the grass, getting squeezed by the Mans Racing car. Down into the braking zone. Hugh Boomeister is in the wheel of that car, and has he been driving since the start? No, he hasn't. Juice driving up to the first 50 laps of the race before Adam J. Pearce got in the car. And Juice only just getting back in the car about 5 laps ago. See Chris Hamer making his way through traffic, passing the R3T car. Marion Brabeck's at the wheel of that at the moment. Those guys again doing well in the championship. We've seen them since the start, competing in every round. Fortunately not having a very good run last time out in Interlagos. Having some accidents at the start of the race, which caused an early unfortunate retirement for them. But they're back strong again for this race and competing well. P3 at the moment. 19 seconds to the car ahead. But if we look just back down the field, Pedro Sousa in the hashtag racing, that's for position. That gap there's only currently sat at 1 second between those two drivers. You see a gaggle of cars making their way down with the Fuga SimSport LMP1 on the your left-hand side of shot now, as you see them up ahead, and our leaders in Chicane Online Racing making their way past that is a 27 Motorsport car up ahead. That is their AM car, the 218. They also run a Pro car in the 118. 27 Motorsports white is the Pro entry, whereas we've just got the regular 27 Motorsports in the AM field. Both running BMWs and both doing very well. The AM car is currently leading the championship. However, after a unfortunate accident at the start of this race, it means that they will more than likely be finishing. More than likely won't be able to win this race or get some decent points out of it, so that will hurt their attempts at the championship. So now going back on board with the Marion Brabeck in the R3T Racing with hashtag racing, the number 92 car, just in the back of shot there as you see him making their way down towards turns 3 and 4. Very difficult double right-hander getting on throttle. The car wants to oversteer through here as he's being stuck behind a GT. Pulls out to the right-hand side, making his way by. This is the beauty of multi-class racing, is you've got 3 races taking place out on track at the same time, almost irrelevant of one another. So the P1s are racing one another whilst they're making their way around these 2 other classes, having very difficult, hard races in their own respect, and the P2s then lapping the the GTs whilst being lapped by the P1s. Looking back towards the hashtag racing now, down the shark fin of this Dallara P217, the 2017 model of the Dallara. They're still running this chassis at the moment with a slightly different aero package this year, as if my reckoning is correct, we should be expecting new Pro LMP2s to be coming out at the end of this year. I believe is the way that they all work on. Every 4 years or so we see new chassis coming out for LMP2s. iRacing have been known to work very closely with Dallara and the producing 4 cars. We've got the 3 cars. 4 cars. We've got the Dallara IRO1, which is a concept car which iRacing added late last year. With the as well running the Formula 3 car, and now this here, the Dallara P217. The LMP2 being a fan favourite of everybody else, something which all of the competitors have been asking for a very long time, and it's good to see that iRacing are responding to what we want and giving us the content that we'd like to see. So if we're looking at the makes now in LMP1, it's an Audi only class at the moment. iRacing do have 2 LMP1s. They've got the Audi R18 and the Porsche 919. Both are spec'd to the 2016 classification of cars, both running roughly 900 brake horsepower, split between a hybrid system and a internal combustion engine. And both weighing under 900 kilos, making them do 0 to 60 in well under a second. Well under 1.5 seconds, and top speeds above 300 kilometers an hour. Very impressive stuff as we now watch the Stage 1 Racing senior car getting spun out there by a car on the inside. Didn't catch what car that was. It looked like the FTR car, if I'm not mistaken, driven by Ryan Chevalier. Be interesting to see if there's going to be any report on that and what the stewards will say about it. Hopefully he hasn't got any damage. It doesn't look like he does. As he makes his way out of the final corner. These cars, although a fan favourite, susceptible to damage. As you're coming back now with Pedro Sousa in the hashtag racing car. This is the battle for third place in LMP2, as you see just in the front of shot there, the back of the... Yep, just up the road now, we see Marian Brabek in the R3T racing team, LMP2. The gap was 1 second about 2 laps ago, but due to traffic, it's dropped back now to 3 seconds. So riding on board now, coming down into the braking zone of turn number 5, under the bridge and up into the flat-out corner of turn 6. Then a rather deceiving set of S's here, almost like a large chicane, braking just before the start of the curb. Down a handful of gears as they get the car grabbed up into the right-hander of turn 8. Slowly on throttle rolls, the car wants to pull you out wide, coming down towards turn 9. It's tighter than you think this. The drivers want to get a late apex to then get on throttle nice and early, so they can power down towards turn 10, the hairpin leading onto the back straight, and the national pit lane, or the western pit lane is what they call it here. As we hear the Maniti LMP1 driving past as he now comes down the back straight. Short blast here as you're coming into the downhill braking zone. Difficult, looking for about 100 metres. Braking down the gears into second. Easing on throttle, coming under the Dunlop Bridge, which is where the oval track runs above us, through the flat-out kink now of turn 12. Braking through 13 and 14. Slowly getting on throttle, trying to get a little bit of oversteer as he comes out around to complete a lap of twin ring Motegi. 3 miles. This track is situated in Motegi, Japan. Apologies if you can hear some dogs in the background. It's fascinating to watch these LMP2 cars drive. They are very downforce heavy cars nowadays. It's rare to see in real life. It's a very good step for gentlemen drivers to make their way into prototype racing, which is almost weird to say considering these cars are running nearly 600 brake horsepower and got downforce comparable to a Formula car, really, meaning that some corners which are flat out, which really shouldn't be. Just now riding on board Nicholas Crittenden in the Verve Racing team. Oh, as we see it coming together there, that to me looks like the Bushfink Racing LMP1 car going off. Yes, it is. Nathan Arms is at the wheel of that, and that is the newcomers to the series. Glenn Holland at the wheel there, GRT powered by PRL car. Interesting to see what the stewards are going to say about that. Tried to go 3 wide into the S's. Not a place you want to be overtaking on the inside, and just getting tapped by the LMP2 car. Lucas Schwunz now in the Maniti cars. We now look over to Rick Verbees in the Fuga Simsport LMP1 car, making his way up the inside of the Stage 1 Racing. Ooh, nearly running into the back end there of the 27 Motorsports car. David van Stambroek in the 72 car. Luca Wunsch in the very recognisable green, white and black liveried Maniti Racing. Like I was saying, you guys, I imagine a lot of you will have recognised that name from esports events across the world. So they are one of the top competitors in sim racing. And nice to see them making an appearance today, both in the LMP1 and GTE AM categories. Second to GTE AM, currently sat in second as well in LMP1. So, you see another team on the up and coming. Team DRC, standing for Dutch Racing Community, founded on the Formula 1 games, then tried to reach through into a set of course. That didn't work, and now have been on iRacing for just over a year now. And boy, have they made a scene. Very competitive drivers, very quick, and leading 2 championships. We've heard that they might even be looking into entering LMP1 next season. So we'll be excited to see what they decide to do. So we now go back on board with the 4th place car, hashtag Racing LMP2. We're just getting a tap there from the 218-27 Motorsports BMW behind. Petrovic Gomez at the wheel. Unfortunate start for them, getting collected by a BMW who decided they wanted to jump the start, meaning that they were put 5 laps down straight off the start and haven't been able to recover since. Just now looking at Keith Eiserman in Backmarker Racing Orange. Keith does a lot of our graphics work at ISRC. If you go into our Discord and you look around at our championship standings and all of our posters, they're all done by Keith. Very kind of him to do all of his stuff. Great to be working with him. We enjoy the help that a lot of our community gives us. People like Vincent Keys, Artie, and Ed, who all help us very much, as we see Keys actually getting on the grass a little bit, getting a bit of a tank slapper on, able to keep it out of the wall and carry on going. Did he lose a position there? No, he didn't. 7 seconds either side of him to the cars in front and behind. 8th at the moment. As he needs to collect his head now after that little off. Keep his eyes down and try and progress forwards, as we see Martin Pearson in the Sapphire Simsport car being spun around there by a Porsche, which to me looked like the Mounds Racing car being driven by Maximilian Bandillion at the moment. Looked like the Porsche wasn't expecting Martin to slow down as much as he did. The P1s have to brake a little bit earlier than the GTs in some places to regain that hybrid energy for them to deploy out of corners, and it looks like Bandillon wasn't ready for Martin to brake as early as he did and just running into the back of him. It'll be interesting to see if anything happens with that in the stewards office. We see Martin going off again, trying to rejoin, can't get the power down, spinning off track. Got to make sure he rejoins safely, not to get in the way of any competitors. Hybrid boosting away out of the corner as he gets underway again. Currently sat in 5th, being a minute and 20 seconds ahead of the next car of Twisted LMP1, driven by Chris Hamer at the moment. Back now with Keith Eiserman in the Backmarker Racing Orange car. Backmarker Racing Orange started the season in GTE AM category before being promoted up into GTE Pro due to their drivers having high I rating, which is a compliment. but being able to hold their weight quite well at the moment, sat in 8th. And it's no easy feat. Seeing 8th isn't something that you should be disappointed with. It's a very strong GTE field that we've got at the moment. Very competitive drivers, very competitive guys. And to be honest with you, if I was racing here, I would probably be sat somewhere in 36th out of 35 at the moment, to be honest with you. So if I was him, I'd be chuffed about that. Alejandro Pons going off again in the Aero Pigs racing team. Get a little bit of that slide on that mid-engine cars do get. The Porsches, although people think are rear-engine, this RSR variant has the engine pushed so far forward that it is now technically mid-engined. Hear the scream of the flat six. But now key sizement. Very recognisable colours, the black, orange and white. Backmarker Racing have got another car entered in the LMP1 category with Backmarker Racing Blue, and we see several of their competitors in our ISR PC Championship as well. Their cars look very good when out on track together. And as well, Backmarker Racing Orange being the team of one of our admins, Ed Kuskla, runs in. Looks like him and Keys are two-manning this race today, so best of luck to them. So back now, Chris Hamer in the Twisted Racing LMP1 Blue. It's funny they've called that car the blue car. There isn't any blue on it. It's more red than blue, so they might need to do some tweaking of their liveries. And hopefully we'll see something like that for Le Mans. Now Nicholas Crittenden in the Verve Racing Team black car. As we just see the pure power that those LMP1s have boosting out of the corner. Like I was saying, 900 brake horsepower at the press of a button is truly astounding. Those Audis are currently running a 4-litre V6 TDI engine, which by itself produces 500 brake horsepower, which from a diesel is impressive. And then with an extra 400 brake horsepower added on top of that for the hybrid, it's amazing to watch them just press this button and they're up at Mach 10 in a matter of seconds. Daniel Webber in the Motorsports K2 goes off there at, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like the final corner. Yes, it is, turn 14. That makes me enter the match. Hello. We've got Andrew McInnes.
Right. So I was watching a couple of the battles going on, so I'm kind of still up to speed with what's going on.
Yep.
Anything to report from your end of things?
Nothing. We've just been watching some battles. We've seen there was quite a good battle between the hashtag Racing and R3T in for third place in LMP2 overall. Sorry, in LMP2, not overall. That battle went down, and other than that, we've just been looking at the cars lapping. We've had a couple of offs from several of the drivers as they try to make their way around the other cars. Otherwise, it's just been good fun.
Right. I need to get the timing moved a tiny bit so I can speak again. It's annoying. But yeah, you love that. You've been doing a good job for me. I've been away. But yeah, so we're on board with Nathan Amez just now. Doing pretty well, coming down into straight now. We're going into the chicane. He's been doing very well. There's been no questions asked when he's been driving. He's been a very, very strong contestant for the win, in my opinion.
Yeah, it seems to be going back and forth between the Bushfink Racing and the Maniti Racing LMP1 between the pit stops. It'll be interesting to see at the end of the 6 hours who's going to come out on top. As we see the Pedro Sousa going round at the hairpin there, if that's turn 10 for the west pit straight.
Yeah, he's taking a little bit of an off there. It seems that he's probably just a little bit too late on the brakes coming into the corner and just lost it a little bit. But yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a train develop here between Ferrari. He's lost it. Oh!
It's a 4-car pile-up there. It looked like that was just Nathan Armour's getting a little bit too close to the Core Motorsports car, giving it a tap and then going round himself. It looked like only one other car made contact there. If I'm not mistaken, that was the Cabot K1 car. Just to see if anybody reports that. Sorry, carry on.
It didn't look... Oh yeah, so we'll be able to see this again. Ballmeister coming in from behind.
Yeah, it was, oh god. So that's the FTR card there, up ahead. the black and white car.
Mm-hmm.
That's unfortunate to see. It'll be interesting to see what the stewards say about that. I think it's just the P1 drivers. Nathan needs to make sure he leaves enough gap to the core motorsports car up ahead. The apex speeds are very different.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, I think Nathan might be getting something for that one. Just that was down to Nathan's inabilities to know that he actually had a GT3 or a GTE in front of him rather than an LMP car. So that's obviously he's just not paying attention. But and it's a fair point as well, because he let go of the brakes. You could see there, and obviously the core motorsports car had to use his brakes to keep the car moving. So I don't know what damage they're going to have. I mean, that was a fair shunt for the LMP2 car, the black and white one. Took a nice kiss on the nose.
Yeah, it's all too easy to have a mistake to make. I know I drive LMP1s a lot myself, and it's a mistake that I've made unfortunate amount of times. You get up behind a GTE car, and you think that they're going to go fast through the corner or accelerate out of a corner faster than you do, and unfortunately you just tap the rear end, and all of a sudden you've got a 14-car pilot behind you. I do empathise with both drivers on that behalf, but unfortunately it looks like Nathan was to blame. Be interesting to see what the stewards say about it.
Yeah, I'm going to go and jump in. Well, I'm going to have a look at the stewards announcement. We've actually got a thing that's going on. We've missed this one between Air Pigs and GRT. I think we've already said that one.
Yep, we did.
Unsafe overtake. That was literally on the as I just left the room. They get a second warning drive through for that one. They've already taken up. So I don't know what's going on now, but we're on board with Marion Brabeck. She's been really driving quite well today, and she was sitting up in third position for quite a while. And she still is at this moment in time. She's been holding that car very well. She's not really had any incidents, which is quite different to some of the other drivers that have been driving in her class. So she's definitely been driving a very clean race.
Yeah,
Daniel Webber right now. Oh, sorry, carry on.
Carry on, sir.
I was saying Daniel Webber right now, getting a slipstream coming up into T1. He's not going to go for it. He nearly could manage to push that BMW there just a little, but it was also quite a rough one. Okay, we've got the incident of remember the Sapphire Simsport and the Northern racing incident between Martin getting punted off. That's now under review. So the stewards are now looking at the incident between the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car and Knowles Racing GTE car. So hopefully get a resolution to that soon. So that's Marius Junke just went past Daniel Webber in 28. Now, yeah, the Cabort K2. They were trying to recruit members in the chat today. Always looking for new members, they say. So you know where to go if you would like to race with Cabort. Am I right? Oh, and Vandenberg having a bit of a connection issue there as we're watching on the replay.
So back to when we saw the those two cars that we see on screen at the moment, the Cabort K2 car and the Maniti Racing GTE. There's been a bit of a ding-dong battle all race over the course of the 3.5 hours so far. Back and forth for the lead of the race. It seems like the Cabort car seems to be, after every pit stop, comes out ahead. But then after that, the BM seems to make his way by again. So be interested to see what's going to unfold at the end of the 6 hours.
Yes, definitely. I think we can definitely tell that the different pit strategies they're running and how fuel efficient the cars are on as well. We can see that's a definite need for them. Manuel Weinitz has just left the pit lane. I think he's just done. Is that a driver swap? I do believe this is him just back in the car again after doing the starting stint.
So yes, the Stage 1 Racing senior car. Forgive me, I believe it was Dion, who just got out of that car, if I'm not mistaken.
So yeah, we've got Manuel Wynette's back in the car again. We didn't have the best of stints at the start, but hopefully going through here, we've actually got another issue from Alexander. Look at that now. Oh, it's this corner. Yeah, he just lost it under braking, unfortunately. Just a little too far on the brakes. Not been having the best of races, but as we already know, these guys are just they're not even pro drivers. They are AM drivers, so we wouldn't be expecting them to be pushing too much anyway. We've got a position change for Peter Ilsen passing Nathan Ames for P3.
Well, as we see,
going off. Is that a punt?
Looked like he was getting helped around there by the hashtag racing LMP2 car, if I'm not mistaken. No, sorry, correction. I stand to be correct. That's Nicholas Crittenden in the Verve Racing team.
Yeah,
car just tapping the back end.
That's a shame because they were doing very well there. Done for Hamer, got caught up in that. He's had to go into the pits for a bit of a quick repair if he can.
I've got to make my way out here now to get up into race control, so I'll be back again with you guys shortly.
No problem. Thanks. Hang on. And that was Isaac. He's going back up to race control to do his racing control duties. We're now looking at Marian Brabeck again. She's been driving really well all race. Alex Gall as well is having the start stint at the start, and we've got Chevalier and Marian Brabeck going back again. Quite jumpy to see where we are, but you can see they're all in this big chain. Cars 3 wide coming down into this corner, but the LMP1 makes his way past. The R3T Racing car has just managed to maintain that position. We've obviously we had a change while I was off, or Ringer van der Zander's very lost cousin, Yannick, who is now sitting down enjoying a coffee, while we have Raymond Schaffers in the car for him. So we've got Alex Gall in first in the LMP2 class. We have Raymond Schaffers in second position, and Marian Brabeck in Kevin Finn now in the car for the R3T Racing team as they were in the pits. Martin Pearson has also had a little bit of an off, but I do believe he is okay. He's managed to maintain his exposure just a little bit. We should be seeing him getting out of the car in the next half. So it was very well kept from him, but we know how difficult that corner is. So it's good to see that he's managed okay. Daniel Weber has just went off track as well, but that's okay. Marian Brabeck, again, just really strong driver coming up the field. She's had no problems at all this race. She's managed to find herself at the right time. Daniel Weber, yeah, just again, that turn 2 seems to be catching out a lot of people. Be interesting to see, yeah, because that's Marianne coming in now. And there we go, it's a Lithium Racing car, just lost it again on that corner. Everybody's just having a fair time in that corner today. It's definitely a lot of gravel, a lot of rubber. Yes, Marian Brabeck is in the pits. She doesn't look like she's getting fresh tyres, but we'll see what she's doing. She probably is, we just can't see it properly. Victor Benson is in the pits as well. We'll have a few different changes now. Potential drivers. Just keeping an eye out on to see what actually happens here. That's Maximilian Bandion in the pits as well. Raymond Schaffers just in the car now. He's left the pits. Alex Gall is just entering the pits as well. So all the kind of top class leaders are now coming into the pits to get a fresh set. We splash and dash and a go. That's what it's going to be for them today. But it'll be interesting to see where these drivers end up placing themselves today at the end of the race. Obviously, we still have just under 2.5 hours left to go in the racing, so anything can happen now. We're kind of in this sweet spot area where we have drivers that are feeling a bit tired. You know, they're needing a bit of a break, and they're just trying to hold on so that they can keep their strategy alive. So this is going to be very important for the drivers to see, as we're still on board with Marian Brabeck, who's actually still running in third place after having that break. Obviously, they made the call when they needed to go in, and all the other drivers pretty much followed, so that was very well on them. Seeing the LMP1 cars starting to lap. That's the Fuga Motorsports Sim Sports car going past now. Alex Golo leader. The chicane car doing very well for themselves today. Just very tight battling between first and second in that class, so very well done to them. You can actually see the LMP1 car coming up behind. Actually, no, that's Maximilian Bandion. Yes, we just saw that in the background there. He lost it a little bit going round that turn 2 again. That's devil of corner. A lot of people seem to get that one wrong. Let's go now coming round. We've got another issue, and it's Ricardo Durat, who just went wide again at that same corner. It's just a bit of a deadly corner, that one. You see all the rubber and that on that part of the track now. It's just you miss out on downforce anyway. As soon as you lose traction, that's gone. How are we doing, guys? Again, remember, you can catch us on Twitter using the hashtag ISRCTV, and I will answer any questions or that you have after using that hashtag, so just make sure to do that. Mark taking the track here. He's just doing a very good job. So Mike, sorry. Mark. Fortunately, I can't spell his second name. I wish I could. Keys is now just had a sideways moment and a little bit into the barriers. I think he hit it. I'm not too sure if he did, but if he did, I'm not sure how much damage he would have done. I was moving a bit slowly. Kind of a dangerous to be doing. Yeah, so we're going to watch it from this angle. Oh, just missing it and no more. He boy. Let's see what happens now. See the LMP2 cars chasing him in the background there. You see them now actually pass off the real-time screen. We've had a bit of a change in position now, as Marian Brabeck is now up into second place in the LMP2 category, with Raymond Sheffers coming down to position. So just a slight change position. Just watching now, we are not on board, sorry, but we are watching the exterior cameras as Keys Userman is doing very well to maintain his composure after having that very close incident earlier on. But Hendrik van der Perre passing Ballmeister P14 in the LMP2 class as well. That's a position gained for them. Nicholas is the next kind of target for them. Verve Racing Team obviously having not really been seen too much throughout this race, but have done a very good job to maintain the composure. We have actually had a decision made on the issue between Sapphire Simsport Alpha and Minoz Racing. The penalised team is Minoz Racing for causing the accident between the Sapphire Simsport car. They're getting they had a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. So that was the resulting issue for them. But that was down to their fault. We actually watched that incident live. And there's Wyance again. We saw him in the car earlier, and he very rough stint. Really struggled a little bit to maintain pace, but he is doing slightly better now. I do feel that he was maybe just feeling a little bit uncomfortable in the car earlier. But we're on board now with Hendrik van der Poort, who's disappeared off the face of the planet. There he is. And then we've got Gomez. We're on board following Gomez now, going up the main straight in the GT class. We got a few of the lower end LMP2 cars that actually fell back quite considerably at the end of the race. So we'll see if they manage to come back after having those accidents there. I do believe we've had a driver change. We've got Sam Helsen in the car now. But just running through the standings quickly, we have Luca Wunsch in first position, leading the race. In second, we have Rick Verbaci in third position, the LMP1 class. In the LMP2 class, we have Alex Gall running in first position. In second, we have Marion Brabeck. And in third, we have Raymond Schaefels, who is running in position 2 class. Running in the LMP, not the LMP3 field, but the GTE field right now. In first position, we have Mike Weisenkopsker, who is the Fuga Motorsport car. And in the other two cars, in second and third, it is the they're having a rough one today. The Team DRC cars, so they're holding good pace. Martin Pearson has just had a bit of a fuel up and tire stop, it seems, and he is going to be back out in the Sapphire's car. Watching now is the LMP1 cars. You can see a big gap developing, and it seems to be that first and second are pushing quite hard to maintain their speed, and we're having to see that the LMP2 cars as well are now in the mix. Sam Helsen just coming into the car, just misjudging it a little bit and spinning it out. So that's a shame. At least he's backing it out the way of the board with Martin Pearson in the Sapphire Simsport car. Oh, and got another issue. Francisco Torres has crashed. He just lost out of the corner. He touched the. He tried to accelerate on the right strip, and that's just a bad thing to do there. Fortunately. The new smoke effects are really cool. I would imagine that a lot of people are really enjoying them. Definitely, man. We'll have suggestions in Discord very soon. When we get back. That is Alex Gall still leading in the chicane car. Sorry, I had a message come through. I'm going to quickly have a look at this. Yeah, we have an incident between the Twisted LMP1 car and the Verve Racing Team Black that is under review, and that's from the hour 3:31. and that is going to be reviewed by the stewards. So we're still on board with Alex Gall right now. He is quite hard to maintain his pace. I mean, he is pretty much one lap, I would say, clear of anything that he can really. If he was to have a little mini incident right now, I reckon he would still be in the lead at this moment in time. Pretty good timing for the cars though. Manuel Wyance had an accident with that. He's just really had a horrible time out there on this track. He's lost it on the braking. Yeah, it's a little too fast. That's a shame. He was looking to be having a good time. We've got another incident as Nicholas Crittenden's just had an accident as well. Yeah, just lost it, and that's just out of turn 2. They were running quite high up in the LMP2 field, dropped down a few times now. Just quickly having a look at if there's any changes. Sorry guys, I'm just quickly having a look at everything. But yes, that's Glenn Mulholland has left the pits now. I do believe he was in the car before, so there's no driver change there, but he managed to pull out of the pits. Seems to be a little bit of a repair and some fuel. We've got some good racing at the moment going on, as we're seeing Hendrik van der Peer in the number 72 car, just having a battle right now to get away from Jos Boomeister, who is just a little bit behind now. He's actually using a Corvette to sit in his way, which is actually, a good strategy. I would agree, Mikhail. Some of the drivers in the LMP2 field seem to be a little bit swervy on the car, but that could be just down to the amount of time they're using. Got a little bit of arguments going on in the Discord at this moment in time. It's a bit of a shame, but we'll see what's actually going on. I'm just reading through a couple of different things right now. Kevin Finn battled there as well. He's running up in fourth position. Field, Martin Pearson on now. They've managed to get the car up into fourth position in the LMP1 class. There's still plenty of time for them to have a bit of a change. And it is slightly getting darker now, so we'll start seeing the lights on around the track as well. So we get a bit of a good race going on. Okay, so yes, we do see there's a little bit of an argument going on in Discord, but it does look like it is being resolved, so that's fair enough. Going into the stewards' announcements, here we go. the Verve Racing team has been given a drive-through penalty for the incident with the LMP1 blue car, the twisted LMP1. They've been given a drive-through causing a collision. We've got another incident that was announced 8 minutes later in the race. The Lithium Motorsports and the twisted LMP1 car as well seems to be under review. So they'll have a look at that and they will tell us about that in a wee bit. So let's just have a look if we've got any position changes. Oh yes, there is no lights at this track. I do agree with you, there is no lights at this track, so we should actually be racing going on. On board now. Marian Brabeck, who's now managed to get that car up into second place, and Nathan Ahmed is actually going in for a pit stop. He's actually been overtaken by Alex Gall in the LMP2 car. So that incident earlier, which was really actually cost them a lot of time, it seems. Bush car, which is a shame because there's a lot of different things. Sorry, I've got a little bit of a laggy screen bit, so I'm not getting all of it coming through, but I'm going to open up things on my phone. So that is the Bushville car that is really lost quite a lot of time. The Bush VC. Oh, come on, Andrew. Bushfink car. Breathe. You've been talking straight. Yeah. So that's quite weird to see the amount of damage that's actually been caused to that car. It's actually seeming to be out of the race, they're saying. I do believe. They're actually saying it's out of the race. Am I right? I might need to get a confirmation from the stewards on that one. Because I didn't think there was too much damage. Yeah, okay. I didn't think there was too much damage to the car that they had to retire. So I might need to maybe see if I can get a statement from the drivers as to why they retired. So if the stewards want to have a look for that, that would be great. We're on board with Marian Brabeck again in the R3T racing team car. She's been pulling laps out today. I mean, I keep on going back to her, but she seems to actually push that car to the limits where most of the other guys can't. And she's doing very well. Now with Kevin Finn as well. They had that car quite high up in the grid. Chiron Racing Team. He didn't manage to do too well past few laps, but Glenn Mulholland as well. With him. FTR Esports are pushing as well, as you can see, but GRT, Glenn Mulholland, a little bit of slides coming out of there. I don't know if catching the curb a little too much, you might have a little bit of damage clipping that curb. There's still nothing on the incident between the lithium car. Oh, here it is, just as I say that. Yep, Twisted LMP1, as soon as they managed to give a drive-through penalty to somebody, and Raymond Schaefer's actually there as well. Quite a heavy off and dragging a ton of dirt on the track for everybody to drive through. But the Twisted LMP1 car has been given a drive-through penalty for collision. So that is from the incident at 3 hours and 39 minutes in the race. Sam Hilson now, very close to the Fuga Simsport car, and the Fuga Simsport car just disappears and he loses it. That's going to be a bit of damage now. I think you can see just a tiny bit of damage. The front car, he's crashed it again. I think he tried to get it sorted in a position. He's going to try and reverse it out. Hopefully not killing anybody in the process, which he doesn't, which is good. Very well done to him for managing to keep going. But the great thing is he could probably come into the pits the next 2 laps and he'd be okay anyway. So we're on board with Ryan Chevalier now, is in the FTR Esports car. Managing to do quite well. The American driver. I do believe it's an all-American team as well. So they are harnessing their American esports prowess. We've got Peter Elson now in the LMP1 field. He's now in 3rd position. Pushing through the field very well. He's carving all the way through the LMP2s and GTE cars very well. It's interesting now to see that Rick Verbison, the Audi in front of him, is not too far down the road, so we can actually what difference can be made now if he manages to just keep his foot down. If there could be a pit stop in it right now, rather than it just being a 1 minute ahead type thing. So we'll see what actually happens now as he comes round the corner. Some really nice racing going on from him, though. He's managed to a few of the drivers that really know how to drive the Dallara P217 very well, and I wish I was one of them. I really do. It's a really nice car to look at. It's a really nice car to see, and that's Nicholas Crittenden that's just gone off, spun that car again. That car was doing really well at the start of the race, and unfortunately, as the races went on, just managed to maintain that, unfortunately. They managed to get themselves caught up in a few incidents early on in the race, and they've just not been able to get away from it. Looking at Francisco Torres, if we can, because he's actually pushed a new driver, I do believe. Oh, he was actually in already. Yep. Watching him going down the hashtag racing team. Beautiful coloured car. I've got to admit, I really do like their skin. They put a car with orangey golden wheels. Golden wheels, it kind of reminds you 90s sports car with also the look of the Apollo, new Apollo car. I do really think that's a nice look to have on an LMP. So they definitely are in that field for having a colour. And they are currently running in 4th position in their class at this point in time, but it's very close for the LMP1, the LMP2, second till about 7th, as they're all roughly on the same lap. Normally at this time in the race, normally had a few incidents that would have seen a few cars out. We've actually been very lucky to only have one car out at this moment in time. We'll see as that starts to go down. Hopefully we don't see any more cars come out. We're seeing Francisco Torres just pushing behind one of the Porsches now. Back on board with our boy Martin Pearson, one of the organisers of this race. He is pushing in position at this moment in time. He is quite a ways off 3rd, but they are going to be trying to get there anyway. I'm going past the FDR sport car now. I'm just having a look at the grid. Sam Helsen, I don't know if we've seen that instance already. Is that back at the top? Yeah, this is where he spun out and died going into the corner. Not so much happening right now, being the racing develop into more of a simple strategy rather than trying to look for positions. We do see Fuga Simsport GT up on the head, and you're probably hearing my dog, so I do apologise. We've got Team DRC of their cars sitting in second and third in the GT time. Kevin and Finn actually passing Raymond Schaefer's for P8 this moment in as well. So Kevin Finn now up into third position for the LMP2 class, and that is Hendrik van der Peer into the pit lane. We know that there's going to be some more pit stops happening within the next few laps. We have just under 2 hours left, just over 2 hours left of this race to go. And right now it seems to be that Alexander Pons has just went off the track. Again, he was started race for them, and as unfortunately you can see he's not had the best of races as such. But again, all the Porsche drivers are amateur drivers, so they're not the most experienced. So they're in retrospect they are doing pretty well. Kevin Finn still running in third position in the LMP2 class. He's been there for a good lap and a half now. Nuno Carvalho, you're seeing he's had a good laps in the past few while, but he's currently running in 6th position in class. He's not necessarily there, but he could be looking for the podium if they manage to keep it going. Quite heavy on the tyres going around that corner. Watching Sam Helson again, spinning out. Yeah, he's had quite a bad stint as such. He's not managed to keep as much as he would like. It's a really nice looking car though, I will admit that. Alex Gall went off the track as well. Oh, what a surprise. This corner. It is turn 2 once again. A lot of people are imagining this position. Fido Coleman now has been passed by Ricardo Duret. P21. So Team DRC Blue are now in the pits. They've decided to get into the pits now. They're going for a new driver yet, but they're just getting a fresh set of tyres and some fuel, and they're coming out again. Marian Brabeck still holding on to second position here, doing very well to keep up the pace. Alex Gall not too far ahead now. I reckon that she'll be on the pace with him in the next 10 or so laps if she keeps up. We're actually a little bit farther away than I thought, so this could be, unless there is a bit of an issue, we could actually see that there's not going to be too much of a battle for position right now. Kevin Finn still sitting in third position. Raymond Scheffler still managing to gain that position back. Francisco Torres sitting in fifth right there as well. It's quite interesting to see, actually, that Alex Gall has led this race quite considerably. And Ryan Chevalier's car, fortunately, dropped quite far back. And you see some of the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th kind of dropped places, unfortunately, when they originally started. So they are dropping back a little bit, but we can see that Raymond Scheffler's car in 4th position has gained 8 places. They obviously are one of the cars, I do assume, are in the world. And we've actually had Glenn Mulholland crash. Whether it's a crash or not, if it's just a spin. Yeah, oh, that was a crash. He just lost it. That could be pinnacle for them. I do believe that's a heavy crash. He's got some serious damage to the front car, and he's not going into the pits, which I would have thought he would have tried to dive into the pits. Back on board with Marion Brabeck now, who's just holding on to her position in second quite well there. I believe that she's actually under pressure right now from the Kairos team, which are putting quite a lot of pressure on her. We'll see how that goes down. Could we maybe jump to Kevin Finn to see where his position is on the track? Comparison? Yeah, so Kairos are just coming through the finish line now. So we just saw Sam Helsen just get overtaken by Marion Brabeck. So there is a good 10-20 seconds between second and third at this time. So a big gap leading into second and third. So Marion Brabeck obviously leading away in that aspect. But Tim Perry is now in the car. He's leaving the pit lanes. Manuel Wynitz has had another incident going off the track as well. It just seemed it was just a minimal off track. Yeah, turn 2 again. But he managed to keep it going and keep it going on the track. It's Bowmeister's went off track as well. We'll see what's happened here. Yeah, it just ran a little bit deep running in behind the DRC Motorsport car. Team DRC have been very strong this race. And they were running in second position and first at the start. But something's obviously happened to them. And that's Taj Edwards back in the car again for Fuga Motorsports GT, or Sim Sports GT. We're seeing him driving about again. He was the one that was responsible for pushing them far ahead, and they are just far ahead of the pack now. There's not much to really say. They are a good lap ahead of the pack. And that LMP1 car being a little bit dangerous coming out of the exit there. He could have slowed down a tiny bit and let the Fuga car go. That looked very close there. And Cielo Mendes back on the track. He just had a mini off track there. Yeah, Cielo Mendes is one of the Iberian drivers. He just a little bit of lock up there as well as he tries to return at the track. That's the only Ferrari on the grid for today, and that car was very close to positions. Race, but it seems to have dropped down a little bit. It's now sitting in 5th grid. Peter Elson now. Just a little bit heavy on the brakes. It looks like you had a tiny bit of a push on this track, which is kind of a shame. Tim Underberg going off the track again at turn 2. He's had a few off tracks today, but he's he is surviving. We'll say. How are you doing, Isaac?
Very well, thank you. Very well.
How's the commentary box going? Oh, sorry, the stewarding box going.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, I've just been reviewing one or two incidents involving the Twisted LMP1 blue car.
Tell us about that.
So there was one incident where the twisted car got rear-ended into a braking zone going into turn 10, and then then 5 laps later they did a similar thing on the exit of a corner to another car. So it was a drive-through penalty for the Verve Racing Team car, and then a drive-through penalty for the Twisted LMP1 car. So tit for tat almost.
Yeah, imagine that. How are we doing, Dom? You're back in the chat again, I see. Got a couple of the guys that were in the chat earlier back in after their stints. Nice to see everybody back in for the race. We've actually seen Alexandro Pons go off again in that Porsche. That Porsche has been through the wars today, unfortunately, when it comes off tracks. Elston as well in that corner. Sam Helsing getting punted off there. It's another AM car just punting him off. That's going to be taken quite heavily by the stewards because that's just punted Sam Helsing. The track. We've had Timothy Vanderberg crashed as well. Look at that. Yeah. I guess turn 2. Yeah. Coming into turn 3. And he just loses it on the curb. Oh, that was a heavy impact. That is going to have some serious aero damage lost. That Corvette now, he might need to come in this lap. That's Manuel Wyant's into the pits now. As well. He's not had the best of days. Car.
Oh, as we then see Timothy, another angle, of Timothy losing it. He's lucky to get away with no visual damage. It'll be interesting to see if iRacing says that he's got his steering bent. Steering is dead straight. I wonder if he's managed to get away with that. If we look, see if he's going to come in.
Sure.
Yeah.
The car. Yeah, he just twitches the car and it goes onto the curbing and just loses all downforce. Sends him into the barrier. And Nicholas Crichton then now he's not had the best stints either. In retrospect, that car was up there earlier. That's I would put that down to him crossing over the track there. So I don't know if there would be anything on him. That was kind of his own.
It'll be interesting to see what the stewards say about that if that gets reported. There's not much that the 118 could have done there, that the Nuno Cavallo in the 27 Motorsports white car. It's not much he could have done to avoid that. The P2 came across in front of him. So it'll be interesting to see, though. The stewards will make their decision about that and make us aware of it in due time, I have no imagine.
Definitely. Will be nice to see what's going on. I'm going to jump to their channel just now, the steward channel again, and see if we've announcements. None at the moment to be confirmed, so that's pretty good. They're obviously looking at a couple of things. I'm not sure if Martin will be taking over the stream when you have. Do believe Martin is still in the car at this moment in time. He should be getting out soon, though.
Yeah, I believe there's 8 laps left on his stint before he comes back into the pits and hands it over to Harry Harvey to do the final. It'll be an hour and 40 minutes left in the race at that point.
Yep, that's fine.
Doing quite well. Currently sat in 4th place out of the 6 starters that we had. Just doing quite well.
Louis Barbosa in the car now as well, in the number 137. Back out on the track. Maximilian Bandion just losing it into turn 2. That's a deadly corner. I think I could probably count on one hand the amount of time somebody survived taking that corner and the way he's just done that. So, yes, I wouldn't say he was the luckiest.
It's a difficult corner. That it's a tight corner, but quite high entry speed and a heavy braking zone. It's quite easy for the mid-engined cars, which all part of the BM is here, to for the rear end to want to rotate around and use you turn in, trail braking off. Easy to get wrong, but when you get it right, it's very rewarding and nice to get on the throttle nice and early there. But it's difficult, and it's 6 hours. These guys will be doing over 300 laps of the track, so we can't be expecting them to get it right every lap.
That is very true. I think that's another thing that we can say is we can see as a lot of the drivers are in for their stints, they are feeling the effects of fatigue and loss in concentration. Like, you can see it after 40 minutes of being in the car. Some of the guys are just, they're so mentally fatigued already that it's very difficult to maintain good composure on the track. And that's where you see the racing incidents occur, like the punting, the slight accidents, the self-inflicted accidents, like losing it into braking zones and driving off tracks. So yes, it's one of those things that we see. We've actually got a couple of new drivers in the track already. Look, Chamalowski is now left the pit lane, and Mark Tranter is in the pits after having a little bit of a rough one. And they were up into third position for a little while, and Raymond Schaeffler is just taking that past a little bit there. But Kevin Finn is hopped out the car just so that Mark Tranter can get back in the car again. Mark was the reason that they pushed them back up into third, and Raymond was that took over from Renger van der Zander's lost cousin, it seems, Yannick van der Zander. So we'll see how that goes. We are watching Martin there driving around. Here we go. Alexander Pons again, just losing it into that braking zone. I think his fatigue levels are just it's a little too high to be concentrating on the car anymore. But it's fair enough. They are amateur drivers, so they're just learning the track. And we have Martin Pearson doing very good actually. Nice lines going through there in the LMP1. He's coming up to the tight hairpin. The last sector of the track. He is now stuck behind an M8, but he won't be there for very long. As you see him boost out of that corner. Very well from him. Now behind green Corvette. Just seeing if there's been no updates in the stewards chat about any of the incidents so far. But we're doing pretty well. So that is us at approximately 4 hours and 15 minutes into the race. We have an hour and 45 left to go, roughly. If anybody is looking to get any questions answered about any leagues or whatever, you can use the hashtag ISRCTV on Twitter, and I'll be there to answer your questions.
So we've seen the first of the GTEs making their second to last pit stop. This will be. You see Timothy Vandenberg scuffing out the pit entrance as he comes in. A lot of these guys will be running on low fuel at the moment, so especially the Porsches will be struggling for traction, as the only thing over the front axle in the Porsches is the fuel tank, and as they run out of, as the fuel starts to burn off in the car, the front end becomes light and it's easy to lock up. Cars like the BMW, the Corvette, and the Ferrari, the rear end becomes light as the fuel starts to burn off in there, and the car wants to rotate a lot more. So this is both a chance for the drivers to attack more aggressively with a more rotatey car that will want to pivot around the front axle a lot more, as well as also make the car a lot more difficult to drive. So this is where we'll see the more experienced drivers starting to separate ways with the ones who are slightly newer to racing or aren't as experienced on the low fuel tanks. However, we've seen a lot of these drivers throughout the championship before, and we know that they are experienced and talented enough to know the limits of the car, but it can still catch everyone off guard every now and then. Maximilian Bandon.
Looking at the fourth looking at the Porsche drivers at this moment in time as well, it would be safe to assume that they don't necessarily have the best setups in the world as well when it comes to tire setups like toe and camber of the wheel, which could be a downfall for them. They could be having overheating of potential tires, probably the right rear when it comes to, or the left rears when it comes to taking corners quite heavy, and that was another reason why they're losing control of the car a lot. Just looking now, actually, on red, we'll just run through the top three of each class at this time. We have the Motegi Racing LMP1 team running back in first position at this moment in time after quite a rough stints there. We then have the Fuga Simsport LMP1 team running in second, and we have the Backmarker Racing team. In the LMP2 field, we have the Chicane Online Racing LMP2 Red team. They are running in first place aspect. We also have the R3T Racing team with we've got Radek Saikora in the car at this moment in time, Marian getting out of the car at the last pit stop. And we've got Team DRC Red, who's now in position after taking Kairos' place for a pit stop. Now looking at the GTE category, we have Fuga Simsport GT in first position with Team DRC Orange second and Team DRC Blue in. So not too much of a change there in the GTE category. It's been pretty much the same race. Not much difference at all in some aspects. Just looking at a couple of Raymond Schaffers has actually gone past Tranter for P8, so struggling again. So Mark Tranter obviously overtook Raymond in a pit stop there. He's just taking that place back. Be interesting to see what actually happened. So yeah, Mark Tranter actually went to the track here. Yeah, and he lost it at turn 2, where every other driver seems to lose it, and unfortunately, he was driving really, really decently earlier. I mean, in retrospect, he was one of the drivers that kind of appeared out of nowhere and started doing really well. When I saw that kind of pop, that was a bit strange for me to see. Obviously, he's maybe getting a bit tired now. This is his second stint today. Maximilian Bandion going off again. The two Porsches now starting to lose. They need to be doing, which is a shame. Tranter again. Oof, that's a rough one from Joshua Meyer now. Rough car there. We're just waiting for Martin to come into the country box. I might take a quick 15-minute comfort break, get another drink, and get a toilet. Probably won't even be 15 minutes, probably only 5. But I say 15 to be better to myself. Mark Tranter now pushing off. Just seeing him taking turn 4. Did it pretty fast. I would say he's not had any floor damage as such from that incident, which is a good thing. You had Adam Pearce get in the car now. He is on track.
It does look like Mark Mestre is back in the car, the yellow Porsche. So they're going to be back out again. Just seeing here, Martin Pearson coming in roughly on his last kind of 2 laps or so now, I would assume. He's doing very well. I like watching him through this section. He's back to get round. And that's Timothy Underbrook back in the race now. As well, he's just went into pits and come back out again. Martin Pearson is still running in 4th position. They're struggling to get up to Sebastian Boscher. William is in that position. Martin Pearson now coming into the pits. Had a very, very good stint for him. He's had a few offs at the start, but he got out, and we can have when he comes back, a bit of an interview to find out how it went. Fido Coleman has started to regain a few positions again, which is on his part because they have to come in a bit. They are sitting in 2nd position, so they've actually switched positions now between Fido Coleman and Gasper Whiteman, the 2 DRC Racing BMWs. So very well done to Martin Pearson finishing his stint next few minutes. As Harry Harvey is now in the car for the Sapphire Racing team. And that's Maximilian Bandion coming in the other Porsche now. He's just had a dreadful day. You see, he's just lost it again. He's putting too much weight on the tyres, I feel. He's coming around those kind of corners, which is a shame for him because it's just maybe just a bit of experience that would be needed there. And that's Maximilian Bandion just let his pit box now. He's going to be coming back out on the track. Looked like it was just a splash and dash there. Watching a bit of action going, Maximilian Bandion there. Quite heavy on the brakes going around there. I think he's just cautious. After he spends it. We'll see a quick change of the stream on the last hour or so, and that'll be moving to Martin Pearson. Will be still on the same channel, so you can stay there. So we've actually had a few racing incidents that have come out recent little bit. I'll say them. Stage 1 Racing Black and Minol's Racing have had an issue. Minol's Racing is getting a drive-through causing a collision. So that's the second one of this race, which is quite sad. We also have a stewards announcement between Team DRC Blue and RSR Esport AM. We do see that RSR Esports were getting a warning for causing a collision. And that was at 4 hours and 14 minutes in. The last one was at 4 hours and 11. So 4 hours and 14 and 11. So we could have probably seen them a minute ago, but they weren't too serious to watch it. We're back on board with Alex Gall, the class leader. Good to see this going on right now. Glenn Mulholland is now in the pits.
And we've had an issue. Mark Tranter has unfortunately crashed. We'll see what there. He's not having a good stint after getting out of the car the first time. And I would say that was down to him. He shouldn't have went for that gap. But race control obviously will have the final say on that one. And it's unfortunately silly accidents like that do cost you a lot of time. A race like this, they can be made up over a few laps, but that's only if you can drive fast. Make up the deficit. It doesn't look like he is driving on the fastest limit there, so it's going to be very difficult for him. But yeah, that's Francisco Torres now past him. After that incident, he is now into position. But we're on board with the class leaders now. It seems Rydak Sakura and Raymond Schaffler are just going to be, they're not too far behind each other. And Alex Gall is well ahead of the pack in that LMP2 Dallara. Very, very good racing from him. We're just waiting Martin Pearson to jump in the chat because we need to switch over the stream details. And I also need to get relieved of my duties so I can get a drink. My mouth is drier than the Sahara Desert. Just watching we're still on board with Francisco Torres. He's doing very well right now, and that's Sam Hampshire now left the pits after getting swapped over from Mulholland, now out of the car, back to Sam Hampshire. There's Hendrik van der Perre now. We've got Richard Coffrot in the car now as well. Lydon Lee. Adam J. Pierce, obviously we've seen him. Sam Hampshire's now in the car. Manuel Wymans might have to get out in the next little while, but you do see that Taj Edwards is still the class leader for the GT class. And Theodore Coleman in second. For them DSRC team. So they're going to be looking to finish the race in that order, it seems. We'll see, because we've got... I don't believe we've got a change in lead. We'll have a look. Gander. Yeah, Maniti, racing team are going a 22-second gap at the top of the leaderboard. Fuga sitting in second at the SimSport LMP1 team, and Backmarker are sitting in third. They're not doing too bad. They're about 1 minute 16 back, so it's going to be quite a close one between them. But after that, we have Sapphire SimSports that are about 3 laps behind. So it looks like unless an issue happens, we're going to be in that position for the rest of the race. We have an incident involving Fuga SimSport GT and Backmarker Racing Blue, and that's under review. So we'll see what happens then. There's going to be an issue. That could mean that if it's Fuga's fault, they could be in a position where they don't want to be in. They were doing really well for the whole race. Be a shame to throw it away now. But just under an hour and a half to go in this race now. We'll quite a few of the drivers switching on to their last driver now. We've got Petrovic Gomez now in the car, there in the 140. Sorry, that's not Petrovic Gomez, it's now Fabio. Malgahez that is mentioned. Still on board with Francisco Torres, been doing a very good race, and this is Raymond Schaefer's. Joshua Meyer as well there. Seeing some good driving from all drivers right now. I've just seen your message now, Dom. The sun will be slightly setting. Tire heat shouldn't be an issue for the drivers because they're because this is quite a heavy track. We've actually had a serious incident here. Let's have a look. Louis Barboza. Oh, that is a big one. That's 2 cars out. And that's 3. That is 3 cars that have had a bump there. I'm not too sure what to make of that one, incident-wise, whether that was a racing incident or they kept the distance that time. They were a bit worried to bump into each other again after that. Yeah, that was quite a rough one. See, Tim Perry crashed into them from behind as well. Obviously in the vet. I really love the C8. It's got to be one of my favourite cars at the moment. Yeah, he just couldn't do nothing about that, I'm afraid. He came round that corner and it was a bit of a shock in the system for him. Well, Maximilian Bandion had a bit of an off-track moment as well. Been saying his name quite a lot recently for off-tracks, unfortunately. It's not Okay, so looking at the issue between Backmarker and Fuga Sim Sport GT, there is to be no further action taken. So that is no further action taken. Number 191 and number 22. Further action taken. Got another one. Core Motorsport Kairos Competition Apollo. So Core Motorsport is the only Ferrari in the race, and Kairos Green Competition car. There's an incident that's under. That's about 4 hours and 30 minutes. Oh, we've had an incident. It's Stefan Kuzmin. He came back on the track, but it looks like he's probably spun out again. He's lost it a little bit. Coming round here. Oh, and he gets rear-ended by an LMP. That is the Spanish LMP car. Let's find that one on the grid. That one is Francisco Torres. Just went straight up the back of Stefan Kurzman. I think that was more Francisco Torres' fault, actually. He just didn't leave any room there for the racing driver. Yeah, so this is Stefan Kurzman again. So we're watching it from Francisco Torres' view. Well, or not. So Stefan Kurzman. There's not much we can really say. Rough one. And we've had Manuel Wynetts just go off the track again as well. See if there is. Oh, just a big slide. I mean, he was well off his line there. I mean, he just lost all concentration there. He was well off his line and into the dirty part of the track. And an incident was caused there, but that could have been avoided. That really could have been avoided. I don't know if we're going to get a replay of that from that point of view, because that other car kept driving. But yeah, that one is going to be definitely under review. Yeah, like Manuel Wynetts just getting punted off again. That's a difficult one because we've seen
Mark Tranter just ram into the back of him there. I think he could have maybe swerved or broke. He didn't even make an attempt to brake or anything, so it'd be interesting to see from his point of view how he defends that. But yeah, Manuel Weinitz went into the pit lane. I think he was just going to get some fresh tyres and some fuel on board. Just a quick splash and dash. We're looking at Stephen Brumfield's also. Yes, pits. Alex Gall still leading the class by miles. He's a whole lap ahead of his fellow LMP2 competitors. He's actually about to lap one of them now. And that's the Chiron. That just actually shows the level at which they are driving and how fast they're going. Okay, so we have Kairos competition having a warning for an unsafe overtake. So that's car number 63, Kairos competition Apollo, is being given a warning for an unsafe overtake, and that was at hour 4, and that is pretty recent. And here he is. This is Martin getting up. Man, how was your stint?
It was actually quite good, thank you very much. Yeah, I was. I made a few silly errors. I went off at the S's round the back whilst I was trying to look at my laptop screen, which I was trying to figure out what my best lap time was like compared to the rest of the field, which was. Instead, I ended up doing an experiment in, should I look at a screen 30 degrees to my right whilst trying to drive? And the answer was no.
Probably.
Predictable outcome, but just had to experiment and test it, obviously.
Well, it's good to know that you had good fun.
Yeah, no, I was really pleased with that. The now 5th place car, I think I put a lap on in my 2 hours, my 3 stints.
Yeah, you definitely done pretty well. I would say that.
So yeah, so no, it was good.
So yes, we're gonna have a bit of a changeover.
Yes, give me a few minutes. Make sure that I am streaming okay to YouTube, and we shall go from there. And I need to make sure I can see everything that I'm streaming as well.
So we're still on board with Alex Gall at the moment. We just thought we'll jump on with the leader of the LMP2 car for a few minutes while we're sorting a couple of things out. He's just been driving a flawless race, and there's not much for him in his driving. We've actually had a few cars. There's Dion Neuville that just went off. I think that's down at turn 2, I believe. But yeah, it's a few cars just starting to make a couple of silly errors now. That was down at turn 5, turn 6, I think. He's had a little spin out.
Yeah, so just to our viewers, they will have to swap over to the other stream once the other stream goes live. I am just in the process of making sure that is ready.
We've got a quick announcement on the issues it caused. We've got Maniti Racing GTE and GRT powered by PRL incident under review. So that is the Maniti Racing GTE car and GRT, the GRT LMP2 car now under review. So that's for an incident that happened approximately 4 minutes ago at 4:38 race time. So, yeah.
Right, that's the one. just loading my stream onto YouTube now. Once soon as it gets a connection, then we will make the switch. And at that point, we will do a slight overlap with part 1 and part 2. That looks brilliant, as if that is working. So I shall go live. I'm riding in chase mode with my teammate Harry Harvey. If everybody would like to start switching across to part 2, that would be greatly appreciated, and we can continue the show.
Definitely. We'll see you there.
Right. Artie, if you could change to commentator on SDK, then we should be able to make a relatively smooth transition.
Maybe it's seen that way.
Just waiting for mine to reconnect as broadcaster. You okay there, Artie? Cool. Yeah, so if the 3 bars at the very top next to the minimize button, yep, and you scroll down on that one, then you get, on the now the second box from the top, as you look at it now, you've got second box, yeah, so you want to change broadcaster to commentator. I shall now look at mine, and it says broadcaster. Fantastic. Yeah. So now, if I go something along the lines of lap time history, why not? So here we are. Let's have a look at his lap time, Harry Harvey's lap times against Sebastian Bosch-Williams. He's a bit quick. Bosch is a bit quicker, which is, I think, to be expected. Harvey isn't overly comfortable in these cars and familiar with them. He's done a fair few laps and a fair amount of racing, but yeah, he's struggles to fit practice in because he runs he works at night. That's what I should say. Yeah. He does night shifts. Righty ho. Indeed. So, what I shall ask somebody to do is post a link to part 2